Good morning, Disang. Can you hear me?
Morning. You are clear, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can anyone hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Mootley.
Thank you.
Good morning, members and colleagues. There's another Samsung there, Samsung SM XS5. I'm not sure who is it, so that I can rename it.
Speaks to the fact that they need a greater sense of ability, more human intelligence.
And this is what we're going to pick up on with actually and our team have done the page on monitoring those proceedings. It's going to be a tough choice for our viewers today. If they have to
Morning, Disang.
Oh, morning, Uncle Roy. How are you?
Mine's a X516B.
Recording in progress.
Okay, sharp. I will.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
I think for purposes of recording, I'm just first showing my face here. So, oh, there's DM. Yeah, so I'm just showing my face here for purposes of recording. I think, Disang, I would like you to flight our agenda so that I give the members on the platform an idea what our agenda looks like. But in the meantime, let me also just start with our meeting and then the proceedings that will follow as per captured on our agenda. So our engagement basically today is with the Auditor-General of South Africa to empower this committee of tourism on the findings that they've had on the annual report, as well as the recommendations that they have made to the committee. So basically that would be the first part or the first session of our meeting, and then the second part where we are going to have our engagement with the department. That is where we are expecting our Honorable DM to make some remarks, as well as giving from the portfolio committee side also opening remarks, and then followed by the department's presentation. So let me also take this opportunity to welcome our Deputy Minister in our meeting. We'd also like DM Sochu. I'd like to also welcome the delegation from the Auditor-General of South Africa. I'd like to welcome the delegation of the department that is present, and also the delegation of South African Tourism. And last but not least, all our honorable members that is on the platform. You are most welcome in today's meeting. I will hand over now to Disang, who will tell us who is the delegation that is present from the Auditor General's office. And then without further ado, they will then do a presentation. Disang, I've not seen the agenda being flighted. Can we have that agenda, please? As I take the honorable members through the agenda, we have quite a hectic agenda for today. And the agenda, we are supposed to finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. Honorable members, there is our agenda flighted. As I've stated, the first session will be with the Auditor-General of South Africa, empowering the portfolio committee, so that in the next session, when we are going to have a presentation by the department, then followed by South African Tourism, then the committee members or honorable members will be empowered to pose questions to both the department and then later on to South African Tourism. Honorable members, we'd also like, while you're on the platform, to ensure that your devices are on mute. As soon as you take the platform, you can unmute yourself and ensure then that you do your input. I will be assisted by the team. Disang will assist in terms of recognizing the hands that will be raised, because I know sometimes I do have issues in terms of seeing some of the hands and recognizing them, but Disang will be assisting. So we will do the meeting very orderly as per usual, and we will then proceed. Please just keep yourselves unmuted so that the presenters will be audible to everyone, and then everyone will then be having an opportunity to engage. I'm happy to see I see the whole contingency from the department is here, but the first session is with the Auditor General with the committee. Auditor General's team, Disang, over to you. Please present them, and then we will then hand over to them to do the presentation to the committee. Disang?
Morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Chair, the delegation from the Auditor-General of South Africa is led by Ms. Nompakamo Matanzima, who is the business unit leader. And the presentation will be led by Mr. Potegi Matladi, who is a senior manager for tourism audit. Those are the two delegates from the Auditor-General of South Africa who will be leading the presentation, Chair. And then from the Department of Tourism, we do have the DG and the Deputy Minister present, Chair, for now. But we will remain the roll call at when they present after the AG. Thank you very much. And then from the Portfolio Committee, Chair, we've got an apology from Ms. Basson, who will not be able to attend today's meeting. But otherwise, all the members are present in the meeting, Chair.
Thank you so much, Disang. Before we proceed with our meeting, we need to adopt the agenda. That is why I've also asked for the agenda to be flighted, and then also adopt the apologies. May I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Chairperson?
Yes,
Hi,
DM.
Chair.
Yes, DM.
Just before we get to the next agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda, can I also maybe indicate the minister's apology, who is overseas? She will only be back this coming weekend. Hence, I'm leading the delegation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, DM. Now, honorable members, may I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Chair, I don't think you do see the hands. It's Honorable Hlongo here. I move that we adopt the agenda as presented and also note the apologies as presented to us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hlongo. Now I see Honorable Mutli. Honorable Mutli, is that a seconder?
I second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutli. And you are correct, Honorable Hlongo. I'm unable to see the hands. And I think that is why I've asked Disang to assist, because on my side, the hands was not even visible. Disang, please assist me in terms of recognizing the hands that will be going up.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we welcome on the platform the delegation from the Auditor-General of South Africa, Ms. Buthelezi, and then Mr. Potjegi. Mr. Potjegi, the platform is yours, or Mrs. Buthelezi, the platform is yours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning as well to the delegation from management of the tourism portfolio, and also to my fellow colleagues from the Auditor General. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and the honorable members, for giving us this opportunity to present the audit outcomes of the tourism portfolio for the financial year ended 24-25. But before we can delve deeper to the presentation, Honorable Chair, please allow me to introduce some of the delegation from the Auditor General. As you previously, my name is Nompakamo Matanzima. I am the business unit leader that oversee the tourism portfolio, and we do have Putjegi Matladi as reflected on the camera, who is the audit senior manager responsible for the tourism portfolio. We also have Paseka Nenzenanani, who is the senior manager in the performance audit. The performance audit unit is the one that is involved in the infrastructure projects, which was assisting us in this portfolio. We also have Sibonele Ngeleke, who's the audit manager for the tourism portfolio, and also Sipesi Langeni, who is the audit senior manager previously involved in the tourism portfolio. So this is the delegation from the Auditor General, who will be here today engaging with the portfolio committee on all the matters pertaining to the tourism portfolio. But as Mr. Mutladi is currently, he can present the slides so that they can start showing within that. But before I hand over to Putjegi Mutladi, I would want Honorable Chair and Honorable members just to highlight the fact that we are, with this opportunity, as you know, our mission and vision, as you rightfully said so at the beginning, that we are here to empower the committee as part of our vision, of course, and the mission of the Auditor-General of South Africa. We are here to enable and strengthen the country's democracy and also enable the oversight, which is this portfolio committee in this instance, through our audit, where we have generated insights for the committee to be able to emphasize their oversight. So we have identified areas of improvement and areas where the portfolio is doing well, and we made recommendations, and we have also engaged the executive authority, and we can affirm that there were commitments that have been made by the executive authority in that regard. But as you can see that as the Auditor General, as we have done this audit for the tourism portfolio, one of the key matters that we have looked at is to ensure that we want to see in the public sector, specifically as well in the tourism portfolio, a culture that is really characterized by performance, where the tourism portfolio is fulfilling their mandate for the benefit of the citizens of South Africa. We also want to see a tourism portfolio that instills the culture of accountability in that way, where there's transgression or there's poor performance. We want to see a culture where the consequence management is undertaken. And the other part in terms of the culture that we want to see as the Auditor General is the culture of transparency, where the tourism portfolio is able to produce credible financial information as well as performance information on time. And also it must be credible so that the committee can be able to provide their in-year monitoring during the year. And most importantly, we want to see a culture of institutional integrity, where the ethical posture from the top is being set, and most importantly, compliance with the key legislations as well is being complied with. So that's really the culture that we want to see with the tourism portfolio. We also acknowledge the fact that this is quite an ambitious aspirations as the Auditor General, and therefore, as the Auditor General, we cannot do it alone. As the portfolio committee, you cannot do it alone. And as the department and also the entity, they cannot do it alone. So as all the role players in the accountability ecosystem needs to play their role, one being officials be able to do their day-to-day activities, the accounting authority as well as the accounting officer for the department also exercise that oversight to ensure that their responsibilities in line with the PFMA are also adhered to, and also for the executive authority to provide that strategic direction and leadership of the portfolio, including the key governance structures within the tourism portfolio, which is the internal audit and the audit committee, ensuring that there is institutionalized a control environment for the sector, and also the executive authority, as I mentioned earlier. But what is key now, we are here to the portfolio committee of the tourism to also provide the insights that we have shared. So that's basically what's in the accountability ecosystem. But at the core of it all is for us as all the role players to hold each other's hand, to strengthen each other's hands, to ensuring that we deliver according to our own mandates and for the betterment of the citizens. So as I rightfully say, tourism is a key sector, is a key contributor that promotes the economic development, and most importantly, with the job creation. So it is really it's got a big mandate to fulfill. Without further ado, Honorable Chair, I do want to hand over to Potege, who's going to take us through to the presentation of today. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Ms. Matanzima. I'll hand over to Mr. Potege.
Thank you, Ms. Matanzima. Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, Deputy Minister, the Director General, as well as all the delegation from the department, as well as the South African Tourism. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity to brief the Portfolio Committee on the audit outcomes of the portfolio containing the department as well as the South African tourism. Ms. Matanzima has already touched on the petty principle as well as the accountability ecosystem. So I'll just dive straight into the matters, and I'll move straight to the next slide. Honorable Chair, last year when we met the committee, we did leave and share some recommendations to the committee. And our recommendations were for the committee to also make regular follow-ups with the executive authority, being the minister, as well as the accounting officer, as well as the accounting authority of the South African tourism. So you will see that on the list of the recommendations, we have a color which indicate in progress. The first recommendation that we had left with the committee was to follow up with the executive authority as well as the accounting authority and the accounting officer to ensure that there is a root cause focused audit action plan that is implemented to prevent any recurrence of instances of non-compliances. So we are reflecting this one as still in progress, because when you reflect on the audit outcomes of the South African tourism, it remained as a qualified audit opinion in the current year, similar to the prior year. So this is the consistent with the prior year. Though the positive on this is that the audit outcomes of the department have remained unqualified with no findings, thereby maintaining the clean audit. And then on the second one was on the filling of key vacant positions at South African tourism and ensuring that there is a stabilization at the board level. This is one area that remains a challenge for the South African tourism. When we did engage with the minister, we did elevate this issue as a matter that requires the agency to ensure that the South African tourism, the positions are filled, and also there is a stability at the board level. And we have also seen, some of the engagements between the portfolio committee as well as the delegation from the entity and the department regarding the filling of the positions. So the position of the chief financial officer as well as the chief audit executive remain unfilled. And this also created instability specifically in the finance unit, where the chief financial officer is the captain that leads the financial reporting side of things, which is the area where we have raised material misstatements in the annual financial statements. And another area that we also reflecting on is that there is that instability at the board, as we have seen the resignation of some board members leading up to the dissolution of the board itself of the South African tourism. So this is an area that requires urgent attention to ensure that there is that stability at the South African tourism, as well as the implementations of oversight over infrastructure projects. However, we will reflect on this in detail, but what we have noted in this area is that there is still some work that is required. Based on the work we've done, we have seen that there is some positive movements when it comes to infrastructure projects implementation, but I'll touch on this in detail. So this is an area that we also reflected with the minister to ensure that there is fast tracking of infrastructure projects. And also on the material irregularity. So in the prior year, we did note notify the accounting authority of the material irregularity. This related to that prepayment that resulted in the matter being disclosed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure as the services were not received. And what we have noted here is that there was an investigation that was done, which was also completed in the current year. And we have noted that the implementation of those recommendations have not yet started. And this is an area that we will also be following up in the next audit cycle. And as well as enhancement of oversight, specifically on the performance around South African tourism. What we have noted here, Honorable Chair, is that there has been some improvement on the performance of South African tourism. So last year when we met the committee, we were reflecting an overall performance of 78%. However, we have seen a positive movement in the form of improvement in terms of achievements of key targets, currently reflecting as 88%. But I will also touch this on this in detail as I go through the presentation. Honorable Chair and members, in terms of the audit outcomes of the portfolio remain stagnant. What do I mean? The department itself received a clean audit consistent with the prior year. And this is attributable to stability and in leadership, as well as a good tone, leadership tone that drives ethical culture at the National Department of Tourism. However, when you look at the South African tourism, the audit outcomes remain the same. We had issued a qualified opinion in the prior year for the South African tourism. Similar to the prior year, they are also qualified in the current year. Meaning that the audit outcomes remain stagnant. And this is attributable to poor records keeping at the South African tourism and lack of discipline in performing monthly and daily controls, and as well as the matter that we also have escalated to the minister, the stability in senior management as well as the board level. So we qualify them on 3 areas: trade payables from exchange transactions, cash generated from operations, as well as prior period errors. So these are attributable to poor record keeping and lack of discipline when it comes to daily and monthly controls, Honorable Chair. When you move on to the next slide on our overall audit outcome. So Ms. Matanzima has reflected on the Petty Principle. So what do we reflect on when it comes to Petty Principle? We look at performance, we look at accountability, we look at institutional integrity. When it comes to performance, we reflect on whether the portfolio is performing in line with its mandate. This we look at the performance outcome, whether they are achieving on their set targets. We have noted that there is a good performance when it comes to the department, sitting at 92%, which is also consistent with the prior year. However, also, when you look at the South African tourism, as I've already alluded to, there has been some improvement compared to the prior year in the current year. And this talks to a performance of the portfolio. And accountability. So we are reflecting on South African tourism as that there is a lack of accountability due to material misstatements, as well as the non-compliances that we have reported on. So this, when we receive the annual financial statements from entities, the expectation is that those annual financial statements should be of good quality. However, when it comes to South African tourism, we did identify those material misstatements which were not corrected when we closed the audit, resulting in a qualification. And when it comes to transparency, also due to the material misstatements that are also reported under the South African tourism in the annual financial statements, we are saying that the financial statements of South African tourism do not represent transparency, as those accountability oversight structures will not be able to use that information to ensure that they take relevant decisions. And when we reflect on institutional integrity, we are saying the current culture of the department is characterized by ethical leadership and consequence management. However, on the contrary, when you look at the South African tourism, there is a lack of institutional integrity, which is evidenced by the material irregularity matter that we have reported and some of the non-compliance matters relating to the quality of the annual financial statements that we have reported. And also the material irregularity that currently has been investigated and the implementation of recommendations are still pending. And one important matter as well, Honorable Chair, is the stability at board level as well as senior management level. We attribute some of the root causes as the slow response by the accounting authority, which is being the board of the South African tourism, instability of the accounting authority level, as we have seen that resignations leading up to the dissolution of the board of South African tourism. And of course, Honorable Chair, the vacancies in key positions within the South African tourism. Some of the recommendations that we have shared with the accounting authority is to fast-track the filling of key vacant positions and to ensure that they enhance controls, specifically around the preparation of the annual financial statements to ensure that they overturn the qualification that we have reported in the current year. And to the minister, we have recommended to the minister to follow up on the implementation of the material irregularity with the current interim board, as well as following up on the filling of the positions, Honorable Chair. On the next slide, some of the matters on this slide I have already reflected on, specifically around the instability of the board and the senior management level at South African tourism. So we just give that timeline in terms of in those instances where there were this instability at South African tourism, starting from when there was an interim board, a new board was appointed, and we started seeing some resignations of some members of the board. The audit committee chair resigned, followed by the board chair, and then there was the dissolution. However, on this slide, Honorable Chair, I just want to elevate our assessment of the internal audit. From internal audit of South African tourism, we are assessing it as not being effective. So they have managed to implement only 67% of the approved plan. And on the contrary, when you look at the internal audit of the department, they've managed to implement 92% of their plan. And Honorable Chair, just to also acknowledge the steps that the minister has taken to ensure that there is currently an interim board in place. When we last engaged the minister a week ago, she was reflecting on fast-tracking the appointment of a permanent board, and this is a matter that she has committed to ensure that there is instability at the South African tourism. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, we reflect on the financial statement. This is talks to the qualification. When you look at this, the department, contrary to what you see on the South African tourism, this is the diagram on the top left, which the heading entity as well as set. When you look at South African tourism, they struggle with proper records keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting, as well as review and ensuring that there is compliance with laws and regulations. This, Honorable Chair, in a nutshell, means that when we receive the annual financial statements from both the department and South African tourism, from the department side, when we received the annual financial statements on the 31st of May, they were of good quality. And when we ended with the audit, we did not identify any material misstatements on those annual financial statements. However, when you look at on the side, South African Tourism, when you receive the annual financial statements of South African Tourism, they were of poor quality. And when we concluded on the audit, they were still of poor quality as there were material misstatements that were not corrected. And what this, the causes of this talks to audit action plan that is not implemented on a timely manner. And I think at the heart of it as well is the key vacant positions of the chief financial officer as the senior management manager that is responsible to ensure that there is credible financial reporting in an entity, and as well as inadequate reviews of the annual financial statements by the South African Tourism Honorable Chair. And on the next slide, we're reflecting on the performance. So both the department as well as South African Tourism submitted a quality annual performance report. And when we did the audit and eventually concluded on the audit, we did not identify any material misstatements on the annual performance report. And we commend both the South African Tourism as well as the department on producing annual performance report that is of good quality. And when we reflect now, Honorable Chair, on the performance against targets, as I've already alluded to, the department as well as the South African Tourism, there is that improved performance against set targets. When we reflect on the key targets that are not achieved from the department, this has to do with the indicator talking to work opportunities that the department creates. And the impact of this, Honorable Chair, we're saying this might have a negative impact in the number of job opportunities that are created in the tourism sector, which then might undermine the efforts in building a resilient tourism sector. And we are aware that the tourism sector has been trying to claw back to pre-COVID era. And this might undermine some of the efforts that the tourism sector is trying to get back to. And when you look at the South African Tourism, the key targets that are not achieved relates to the global tourism brand campaign, as well as the grading of establishment. What is key here, Honorable Chair, is that grading is a voluntary service. However, it remains a key to the tourism industry. And we are reflecting that not achieving on the global tourism brand campaign might have also a negative impact on the tourism arrivals and job losses in the sector, which will undermine the post-COVID recovery momentum. And there were indeed fewer graded establishments. And as I've already alluded to, Honorable Chair, that the grading service is a voluntary service. However, we are reflecting to say a low number of graded establishments might have a negative impact on job opportunities because of reduced occupation rate, which might hinder also post-COVID recovery. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, we reflect on compliance with key legislation. So on the department, we did not identify any material non-compliance with key legislation. However, in terms of the PFMA, as I've already explained, Honorable Chair, that when we receive the annual financial statements, the expectation is that they should be of good quality. However, any material non-compliance that is identified in the annual financial statements, then that becomes non-compliance with the PFMA. Hence, you see there reflecting for South African Tourism, there was non-compliance due to the quality of the financial statements not being of the standard that is expected. And this is really due to lack of accurate and complete financial statements. And when we reflect on irregular expenditure, on this picture, Honorable Chair, we're looking at the annual irregular expenditure. On the top left, you see a diagram reflecting 2023-24 as well as 2024-25. What we have noted here is that there has been a reduction in the irregular expenditure being incurred within the portfolio year on year. In the prior year, we were sitting at 24 million. In the current year, there were only confirmed irregular expenditure of only 127,000. This is a positive trajectory, and we recommend to the portfolio to continue in this positive trajectory. However, Honorable Chair, when we look at the irregular expenditure, we also need to look at it in the context that during the audit, there were some non-compliances that we reported, and there were disputes between us and management, and this is on the South African tourism. In line with the legislation and National Treasury instruction notes, the entities are required to, where they disagree with the audit team on the application of certain legislation, then they have the opportunity to escalate the matters to National Treasury. Hence, you'll see on the bottom right, we have irregular expenditure under assessment. So in the annual report, there is a disclosed amount of roughly 5 million relating to irregular expenditure under assessment. And this is for transparency purposes, so that when the reviewer looks at the annual financial statements, the irregular expenditure figures, then they can read those in context with what is sitting under assessment. So the two matters that escalated to the National Treasury relates to a finding that we issued where we were alluding to the fact that there were a splitting of quotations, which had signs of avoiding competitive bidding, and as well as some committee members of bids, as well as evaluation that were not appointed in line with the delegation of authority. So, Honorable Chair, so this is a process that is still currently with the National Treasury, and as and when they finalize the matter, then the irregular expenditure will either be confirmed or the matter will fall away. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, a similar pattern, we have identified a similar pattern when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There has been a significant decline as well when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When you look at 2023-24, there was roughly 4 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred in the prior year. However, in the current year, you will see that in 24-25, there is 41,000 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been incurred. And we also recommend to the portfolio to comment on to continue on this positive trajectory. So the fruitless and wasteful expenditure part of the 41,000 is on the department. Similar also on the regular expenditure of the 127,000 is also on the department and not South African tourism. Now, when we reflect on consequence management, so on this diagram, we are looking at a cumulative balance of irregular expenditure coming from many years. And when you see on the diagram, it will 23-24 and 24-25 look similar. This is due to the fact that the movement is minimal, and when you round to millions, it does not appear. However, the balance remains at 89 million within the portfolio, and the biggest contributor being South African tourism in terms of the balance. So we have engaged the CEO, we have engaged the accounting authority, and there were investigations that were in progress. And on our side, we will follow up on the implementations of the recommendations of those investigation reports. So the balances go back many years, Honorable Chair. And once then the investigations are finalized and consequence management has been implemented, then the South African tourism as well as the department then will be able to apply for the condonation process. Until then the balance will remain as they are currently. And on the similar on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, so these are also old balances coming from many years. we have engaged as well with the Accounting Authority as well as the Director General at the department, and we have seen some of the steps that are being taken in the form of investigations that are currently underway. And we will follow up on the implementations of some of those recommendations coming from the investigation reports, Honorable Chair. And on the matter of material irregularity, Honorable Chair, so as I've alluded to it when I started with the presentation, that there was that matter of material irregularity that we had notified the Accounting Authority on. And when we ended the audit, there were some steps that had been taken by the Accounting Authority and some steps that were still in progress before the dissolution of the board. And some of the matters that the board was still busy with relates to the investigation report and as well as the implementation of those recommendations. And what is key as well, Honorable Chair, is the recovery of the financial loss due to the material irregularity itself. And our recommendation to the Portfolio Committee is to monitor and regular follow-up with the Minister on the implementation of the recommendations of the investigation report on the material irregularity to ensure that there is a finality on the matter in the form of the recovery of the financial loss. Honorable Chair, I will move on to the infrastructure project. When it comes to infrastructure projects, what our approach in the current year was that we would follow up on some of the projects that we had visited in the prior, and we had identified some significant delays. And we did a follow-up on some of the projects that we had visited in the prior year. But however, what we have noted in the current year is that there has been some significant progress when you compare to what we had picked up in the prior year, in the sense that the number of delayed projects that we had picked up and reported on in the prior year compared to the current year, there is a significant reduction. However, we're saying there is still a lot of work that needs to be done when it comes to implementation of infrastructure projects to ensure that there is completion and handover to the beneficiaries of the projects. Honorable Chair, and our overall message to the Portfolio Committee. Before then, I think in terms of the root causes and recommendations, I did already elevate the root causes, which talks to instability and oversight, specifically when it comes to the annual financial statements, as well as lack of preventative controls within the South African tourism, and some of the recommendations that we have shared with the accounting officer as well as the accounting authority. However, Honorable Chair, on the last slide, I just want to spend a little bit more time on is on our overall message to the Portfolio Committee. So, Honorable Chair, on this slide, we are saying monitor and regular follow-up with the Executive Authority, the Accounting Officer, as well as the Executive Authority on the implementation of the root cause forecast and audit action plan to ensure that there is preventative controls. And this talks to the material issues that we are reporting the South African tourism to ensure that the qualification area is addressed and is dealt with going forward, and also the filling of positions and the stability of the board. So this is one area where we did receive a commitment from the Minister that she is working on the matter to ensure that key positions at South African tourism are filled and there is stabilization of the board. And the commitment was that she will appoint a permanent board in the foreseeable future, as well as the implementation of the recommendations of the investigation reports on the material irregularity, as well as enhancement of oversight on over the implementation of infrastructure projects. And lastly, Honorable Chair, enhancement of oversight on set by the accounting officer to improve the public entities' performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. This talks to the PETI principle. Honorable Chair, this is our presentation on the overall audit outcomes of the portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Potjie, for the presentation. Let me now, we will move over to the deliberations, and I'll afford honourable members an opportunity to pose questions, clarity-seeking questions, as well as some remarks that they would like to make to the Auditor-General. Honourable members, I will recognise your hands now. I see Honourable Ishmael, followed by Honourable Linda, followed by Honourable Mutli.
Good morning, Chair. May I start?
Yeah, I'm just still trying to look for the other names, for the other hands. Followed by Honourable, did I say Honourable?
Buthelezi.
Buthelezi. Honourable Ishmael, you may start.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to Chair, the Portfolio Committee members, to everyone present. And I just want to say thank you for the presentation to the HSA. I just have a few questions. My first question, when did the AG inform the board of its findings regarding the now suspended CEO in relation to the WWP contract? My second question, what is legally expected of the board upon receipt of this information from the AGSA? My third question, in your view, AG, were the actions taken by the now dissolved board in line with their duty, of implementing a consequence management for the SAT irregularities? And my last question, sorry, I'm just shuffling with my paperwork, all the notes I've been making. My last question with regard to the HU report is actually to the DM. Deputy Minister, it is a second consecutive year of qualified findings for SAT. We know the AG raised serious concerns over the record keeping of the entity. Do you, Deputy Minister, think appointing Ms. Guliwe permanently late last year was the right choice, given serious concerns over her track record and her incompetence as CFO at the time? If not, why did this actually happen? Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, good morning. Firstly, AG, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mtlala, and I also have a few questions that I would like to pose, and I'm a bit concerned about the deterioration in control and management and the fact that we are at SAT we only have achieved 88% of the targets, but though it is a great improvement. So it seems to me both in the department, both are trying their best. My concern also is that the audit investigation implementation has not yet started. So that is also something that the department needs to answer on SAT. But to Mr. Potegi, do you implement the penalties or punitive action when you make recommendations or when these recommendations are not adhered to? You say that you have engaged with SAT, but what is the consequence management that you refer to? So some of these recommendations that you made are year on year the same, but with little improvement. So what proposals do you have for us as a portfolio committee? And second question, you stated in the presentation that SAT is ineffective. Now, for how long has this entity been ineffective according to you? And do you think SAT can be turned around, or is this too late? And then also a last comment question is the inaccurate financial statements. That's not new to us. What did you as the AG propose, or what have you done to assist the SAT? Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honourable Linda. Let me just try and assist honourable members. And as I've stated earlier on, I went through the agenda so that I could give guidance to members. I've said this session is for the AG, so I've heard some questions being asked to the Deputy Minister, which I would like that question, hold on to that question, Honourable Ishmael, and then at the time of the department, when they've done their presentation, you then pose those questions to the department and to the DM when they after their presentation. So for now, it's only questions posed to the AG. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Mutley, you may proceed. Honourable Mutley.
Chair, I think Honourable Mutley just sent me a WhatsApp that he's got a problem with the gadget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Honourable Mutley, you may proceed, Honourable Mutley.
Thank you very much. My question is to the AG, and I have questions for the DM later. In what ways might misallocation of resources within the tourism board have contributed to audit failures? And how can these issues be addressed in the upcoming audit cycle? That's the first one. The second one is, what are the key compliance areas where the tourism board has failed to meet regulatory requirements, and what systemic changes are necessary to avoid future non-compliance? And the third one is, how can the tourism board leverage technology, innovative practices to enhance its operational efficiency and improve audit performances? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mutley. Honourable Buthelezi.
Chairperson, colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Honourable Buthelezi, you may proceed.
Thank you, and greetings to the team that we have today in our meeting. I would like to begin by thanking the AGSA for their well-articulated and insightful presentation. However, I would like to raise a concern regarding the impacts of underperforming structures on South African tourism as a whole. It is important for us as the Portfolio Committee on Tourism to understand how these inefficiencies affect the broader mandate and objectives of SAT. Furthermore, what should we as a committee take into consideration when such underperformance is brought to light? How can we strengthen our oversight role to ensure that corrective measures are implemented and that performance across all structures is aligned within the strategic goals of the tourism sector? I think there are insights and recommendations on how can we do better will support or improve our governance and accountability in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Buthelezi. I think those were the only hands. I'm not sure. Disang, on your side, are you able to see other hands?
Madam Chair, yes, I received a message from Honourable Mashabela. He's saying that he's got a problem with the gadget. He would like to ask questions, but he can't raise a hand.
Yes, I've also seen a Samsung.
And my hand also, Disang, from my side, it's up. So I don't know. I'll just change the gadgets also.
Yes, on our side, it's not up.
Okay.
So it means it's Honourable Mashabela followed by Honourable Hlongo.
Okay, thank you so much, Disang, for your assistance. Honourable Mashabela, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mashabela, you are not audible.
Chair?
You may proceed, Honourable Mashabela. You were not audible, but you may proceed.
Am I audible now?
You are audible now, Honorable Mashabela.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson, there is one thing that I want to clear because it cut across two presentations. There is an impression that there is instability in SAT senior management and board, which is not true. What we have in SAT is an incompetent CEO who is overprotected by the minister to a point where she dissolved the board to save the CEO. There's been many letters from CAT senior managers and staff members complaining about her conduct. There are findings from forensic investigation that pointed her gross wrongdoings. But if any one of you here speak about it, you must know that the minister is going to defend her and do absolutely nothing about gross misconduct and negligence of the CEO. The minister's protection of the CEO is destroying South African tourism. South African tourism CEO failed to grade establishments and to implement global brand campaign. Those two programs are the core business of South African tourism. That is what she is paid to do. But here we are. The minister is not taking action against the CEO. In simple English, Chair, the CEO failed to market South Africa to the world, and she failed to create accommodation for tourists. Who will visit us if no one marketed the country to the world? There must be consequence management for this. I repeat, there must be consequences and the minister must commit to it. We are ready to debate irregular expenditure and supply chain compliance, but failure to do work cannot be discussed. We paid people to market South Africa. This report is telling us that they took salaries, but they didn't market our country. Something must be done. Chair, a repayment was made without contractual provision on direct violation of treasury regulations, and recovery of fines remains incomplete. Why has South African tourists not reported this matter for criminal investigations under the Public Audit Amendment Act? And will the committee be provided with the names of officials responsible and the timeline for issuing a certificate of debt as empowered under the AG's expanded enforcement mandate? Chair, the AG explicitly links SAT's regression to failure to fill CFO and chief executive positions, which has directly compromised internal financial controls and rendered the audit committee ineffective. Why has the minister and the department allowed SAT to operate without filling a key vacant positions of a CFO and without a functioning audit committee for extended periods? Is this governance collapse deliberate to shield mismanagement from oversight? And lastly, Chair, the internal audit unit only completed 67% of its audit plan. And Auditor-General knows the vacancy of chief audit executive, leading to a breakdown in internal assurance. Can SAT provide a list of contracts, payments, or financial decisions that were reviewed due to the internal audit functions collapse and quantify potential risk exposure resulting from this oversight vacuum? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashabela. I think the team from the Auditor General will just take out some of the issues that you've raised. And then I hope those that are present from SET, as well as the department, will then take also the questions there that you have posed. Because, Honorable Mashabela, this round is just for the clarity-seeking questions for the AG. But I could pick up some questions. You also pose them at the entity as well as the department. Honorable Hlongo, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all members on the platform, the Deputy Minister, and the DG, South African Tourism, AG, and the entire team from the department. Chair, let me thank the Auditor-General and their team for the comprehensive presentation. We also appreciate the continued oversight and professional manner in which the audit process was conducted. The committee or myself note that we note the clean audit outcome of the department for maintaining the standard for 2 consecutive years. However, most of the issues raised are within the department's operational responsibilities, and therefore, Chair will ask the department most of the question, which is thank the Audit General once again for the valuable work done in promoting accountability and the sound financial management in the public sector. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tlongo. I see the hand of Honorable Basson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question is about all the vacancies as well. When we went for oversight, I couldn't believe how many people are acting. It was unreal. The SAT board needs to do better. We cannot be sitting as tourism with people acting. If you are acting longer than 3 months, then we need to employ that person that was acting. It's really becoming a problem, and we can see it in our reports. We can see the reflection. We can do so much better as a department if we just stop gatekeeping. I don't know what this is about, but we really need to do better with our employment. If we can't even employ within our own structures, how are we going to create employment to ensure that we have clean audits every year if it doesn't start with us? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Basson. Honorable Ikharaba.
Thank you, Chair. The DM, the DG, the AGSA. To you, AGSA, we thank you for the detailed explanation that you have presented this morning. And I'm glad that you came here to explain to us before the NDT and the SAT before they present their FY 2024-2025. This will make us to hold the department and the SAT accountable. And I would like to say to the NDT, as the committee, we are proud for the unqualified audit opinion that you have obtained. But for you, AG, I wish the presentation that you have made now, if it was done in the eyes of the minister, although the DM is here, I was very much impressed by the recommendations that you have made that you have made to the minister that can assist the SAT to pick up from qualified audit opinion that they received from last year, even this year, the very same mistake that were picked last financial year was picked even this last financial. The very same mistake that was picked 2023-2024 was picked even now 2024-2025. But we all know the reason why all these things are happening. I wish the minister herself was here to head it from your side. But all these other things will deal with them all these other questions will be directed straight to the NDT and the SAT once they present to us. Thank you very much, AG and the chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Likharaba. Disang, are there any more hands on your side? Was Honorable Likharaba
yes,
the last?
Madam Chair, Ms. Buthelez's hand is still up. I'm not sure if it's hand.
Oh, no. Sorry. No, Pala, it's a mistake.
Okay, sharp. Then we are done, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Disang. Let me welcome Mr. Potjie again. Mr. Potjie, honorable members have posed their questions. If you could interact with it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll allow Ms. Matanzima to start and I will augment. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potjie. Ms. Matanzima.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and also thanks to the honorable members for their questions. Just to start in responding to some of the key questions from the honorable members, which is the first one was Honorable Ishmael on the when did, as the Auditor General, inform the board on the prepayment that was made of 4 million relating to the dome activities. Honorable Ishmael, we have informed the board of this material irregularity in last year and in 2024, and the expectations that we have from the board to address the material irregularity was for the board, one, to investigate the matter, and once the investigation is finalized, to recover and also disciplinary actions whoever the official has been identified, and mostly importantly, to ensure that the control environment within the entity, specifically on the prepayments, is enhanced. So that was the key elements that we wanted to seek to achieve in that regard. And I do say that, yes, there was a process that was followed by the board in terms of the investigations and the report thereof. The money has not yet been recovered as yet. It's in the process of recovery. And the controls in terms of the prepayments, there was an update as well in terms of the policy on prepayments to align with the instruction. And that policy was also socialized with the staff of the entity. So those are some steps that the board has taken that were the expectation thereof. When it comes to the to Honorable Elinde, in terms of there is inaccurate financial statements itself, what have we done as the Auditor General to do so? When there is a problem with the financial statements, and then we issue a negative opinion, like on the South African tourism on qualifications, what we normally agree with the management as well as the board is to do an interim audit. That is, we come in earlier than normal to ensure that we do the audit to ensure that those areas where there were negative outcomes or accounts, we audit accordingly, so that before they submit financial statements by 31st May, we have audited, we have raised these matters with the audit committee, and therefore audited accordingly, and they can be addressed accordingly and corrected. However, because unfortunately, our plans did not go according to plan, as we were wanted to do this interim audit earlier, but however, management side, there were the areas of these financials of this area was not completed on time for us to do the audit, and therefore that was the issue of not adhering to the timelines that were set for us to come in and audit and also to finalize these matters. When it comes to the irregularity, yes, I think I will also answer to Honorable Mashabela on our responsibilities as the Auditor General when it comes to our expanded powers of the issue of the certificate of debt. Yes, you are rightfully say, Honorable Mashabela, in terms of that. As you know, that if we, in the process of the audit, we've identified a non-compliance, that non-compliance resulted to a financial loss. There are steps that we need to do as the Auditor General, and one we have done, which is we've notified the accounting authority, and they requested the accounting authority to do something, of which they've instituted an investigation, and now are in the process of implementing the recommendations out of the investigation. So as from us now, we are ensuring that the money is being recovered as well. So if this money is not recovered, therefore that means the appropriate action that they said they will do is then not appropriately being taken. As the Auditor General, we move then to the next step of the recommendations and also the remedial actions that are actually binding. And it will put it in the audit report and will give them, the manager and the board, the timelines to ensure those remedial actions are undertaken. And if not undertaken, then we move to the next stage, which is the certificate of debt being issued. So there is steps that are being followed to get to the certificate of debt, and it is the last step that we do after we follow other steps. I think as well from the other honorable members, I think that we can safely say that the committee, in terms of the vacancies, yes, it is a worrisome because with key positions like the CFO, the head of the internal audit, the CEO, and the chief marketing officer, all these positions that are key to drive the fulfillment of the mandate of the entity, as well as to ensure credible reporting, are quite key. So it is important. We have engaged the minister, both as well from the instability of the board and as well as the resolving of the material irregularity, including the financial recovery of the amount. The Honourable Minister has committed to address the matters in terms, I think, from the filling of the key vacancies of senior manager. That process with the interim board, I think, has already been started. They're in the process of recruiting the CFO, and as well as, I think, the head of the internal audit. They are also in the stages of the finalization thereof. But I will pause the Honourable Chair and Honourable members to hand over to Putefe to respond to other matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Matanzima. Mr. Pochechi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the honourable members for the comments as well as questions. Yeah, I'll try to get to the comments and questions that Ms. Matanzima has left out and maybe augment on a few. I think there was a question as well from Honourable Member Ishmael around whether consequence management have been implemented on the material irregularity. On this matter, Honourable Chair, consequence management has not yet been implemented. As I was reflecting also in the presentation that there was an investigation around the material irregularity itself, and that came with some recommendations that the board was in the process of implementing. And I think the board was dissolved before they could implement the recommendations. However, on this matter, as the Auditor General will follow up with the new interim board to ensure that there is that momentum on the implementation of the recommendations. And in terms of the, I think also there was a question around the financial statement, what has AXA done? And I also think Ms. Matanzima has covered this one, but what I want to add on this area is that As the Auditor General, we are always available to ensure that we walk the journey with our stakeholders. And one of the services that we also try to provide to our stakeholders is to ensure that we perform interim audit, as she has already explained. And also going into 25-26 financial year, we will also be proposing that to the South African tourism to ensure that we perform some interim audit, specifically on the qualification areas, so that we can highlight the issues way before the financial statements are due for submission. And then that will give them the opportunity to correct where it's necessary to ensure that by the time they submit, then the financial statements are both accurate and complete. And then I think on the resources, I think there was also a question around whether are we giving up on the is it the end of South African tourism? I think as the audit office, we don't give up on our stakeholders, as we believe that we play a critical role in ensuring that there is good governance. So where we are in line with our strategy of Culture Shift 2030, we will walk the journey with the South African tourism to ensure that we see them shifting on the continuum and moving towards doing good. So, Honorable Chair, we will not give up on the South African tourism. Honorable Chair, I'm just trying to see if there's anything I'm missing, because I believe Ms. Nambagama has answered most of the questions. And then there was also a comment from Honorable Member Buthelezi to say, what should the committee do to assist the South African tourism? I think it's very important that there is regular follow-up, specifically with the Executive Authority, on the implementations of the recommendations and consistent engagements to ensure that there is tracking of the implementation of recommendations. That will be key, Honorable Chair, to ensure that that the performance of South African tourism is also being tracked. I do know that we ordinarily meet only at the end once we come for the audit outcomes. However, it is quite key that the committee regularly follow up with the South African tourism as well as the Executive Authority on the matters. Honorable Chair, I think these are all the questions. I think most of the comments were directed at the department as well as the South African tourism itself. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potegi. Before I release the team from the Auditor General's office, I would just like to place emphasis on the fact that we need to ensure that we foster a culture of accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity, where we pride ourselves on credible information, that we comply to key legislation, as well as ensure that we improve on the quality of our annual financial statements. And with that said, just want to thank the team from the Auditor General that was present in the meeting. We are grateful, and I think we are much more informed after your presentation as well as your interaction with the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Tourism. Now, with that said, we will then follow our agenda. You may also take your leave of absence to the team of the Auditor General, because we will then now proceed with our meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potegi. Thank you, Ms. Matanzima and team.
Thank you so much.
As I've earlier, thank you so much. Mr. Nompakamo. Oh, that's Ms. Matanzima. As I've earlier stated on honorable members and DM and everyone on the platform, the chairperson will now proceed with the opening remarks, then followed by Disang, who will then give us the new delegation of who is in the meeting, because I saw the number of participants in the meeting has substantially increased from this morning when we started at 9 a.m. So Disang will then proceed, and then Disang will then be followed by some remarks by our Honorable Deputy Minister Sochu, then followed by the department. The committee has invited both the Department of Tourism and South African Tourism to present their annual reports for the 2024-25 financial year. This is a legislated process that will culminate in the committee compiling a budget review and recommendation report, which must be tabled in the National Assembly before the Minister of Finance tables the medium-term budget statement. The performance for the tourism portfolio as a whole is a mixed bag of good governance and performance by the department, and then dismal governance and poor performance by South African tourism. In the year under review, the department received a clean audit opinion. This is the second year in a row that the department has obtained a clean audit. This performance must be commended, as it is a consequence of stable leadership at the top, implementation of the audit action plan, and the ability of the department to compile compliant annual financial statements. The department has also been able to spend 94.6% of the allocated budget, whilst achieving 92.8% of the annual targets as set in the annual performance plan. The expenditure of the department is commensurate to the targets achieved. However, it is of concern that the department did not achieve the key target of job creation. Job creation is one of the key priorities of the Government of National Unity, and failing to deliver on this target is a serious travesty to service delivery by the Department of Tourism. It is important for the department to look at innovative ways to create labor-intensive jobs. As recommended in the budget report, I would like to reiterate that the best way to do this is for the department to review the way it implements its infrastructure projects. This must be done through implementation of high-impact projects. These large projects will be able to generate many jobs during construction and also sustain a large number of permanent jobs. The committee is overly concerned about the performance at South African tourism. To say SA Tourism is failing at its core mandate is an understatement. The entity has received a qualified audit opinion for a second year in a row. This is ascribed to a number of challenges at the entity. These include, amongst others, instability at the board level, poor governance at both the board level and management of South African tourism, vacancies of critical positions such as Chief Financial Officer, Chief Audit Executive, and others. The entity is operating with a number of acting positions such as Chief Executive Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, and Company Secretary. All these challenges have led to poor performance, with the entity submitting financial statements with material misstatements. These misstatements were not corrected despite the Auditor-Generals having highlighted them to the entity. The committee will always remind the Minister and the Board of SA Tourism that the entity receives more than 50% of the budget allocated to the tourism vote. However, the entity, as well-resourced financially as it is, has failed to deliver in key mandates of the global brand marketing campaign. This is going to have a snowball effect in not achieving key performance indicators of the tourism portfolio, such as international tourist arrivals, job creation, and contribution to the gross domestic product of our country. All this means that South African tourism is failing to perform its core mandate. The failure to achieve the target on a number of graded establishments is also a cause for concern. South African tourism has reported that this target was not achieved due to the grading system. This talks to the constant call by the committee to make the grading system free but compulsory. This has to do with quality assurance and integrity of South Africa as a destination. That is why it is extremely important, Deputy Minister, that the Minister table the Tourism Amendment Bill to Parliament in the next financial year so that these matters may be dealt with once and for all. The department must ensure proper oversight over SA tourism without executive overreach on operational matters. We have also noted that the Minister has issued a government gazette calling for nominations of people who are going to serve in the board of SA Tourism. However, Deputy Minister, the committee wants to know how is this process going to unfold as the dissolved board has taken the Minister to court. Will that urgent court interdict not have a negative impact in appointing the new board as it is a matter of sub judice? We have also conducted oversight visit to Gauteng last week and identified a number of challenges. These include poor road infrastructure, collapse in maintaining heritage sites, neglect of the constitutional mandate of local tourism, municipalities operating on zero budget, and silo operations of various heritage sites that must be operated through a coordinated, linked route. We implore you, Deputy Minister, and the Minister to take into account all the concerns raised by the committee in this meeting and the recommendations that the committee will make in the budget review and recommendation report. Over to you, Disang, to do the delegations of those that joined us in the meeting later on. Disang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation, as I said earlier, is led by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Maggie Sochu, and there's an apology from the Minister. And the delegation from the Department of Tourism is led by the Director General, Mr. Victor Vele. And then we've got the CFO, who is Ms. Malemane Maponya. Dr. Sipho Ngomani is the DDG for Corporate Management. Mr. Senzo Nkala is the Acting DDG for Tourism Research Policy and International Relations. Dr. Shamila Chatia is the DDG for Destination Development. Ms. Maditonki Setwaba is the DDG for Tourism Sector Support Services. And then we've got the representative from the South African Tourism Board. There's a chairperson is the Dr. Mzamo Masito. And then delegation from South African Tourism that is present, Chair. We've got Mr. Daryl Erasmus, who is the acting CEO and also the Chief Operations Officer. We've got Mr. Takalani Ramova, who is the acting CFO. Then we've got Ms. Shonisani Namakwarani is the acting Chief Audit Executive. Then we've got Ms. Tandiwe Matibela, who is the acting Chief Marketing Officer. Then we've got Ms. Sia Mtetwa, who is the Chief Strategy Officer and the acting Chief Conventions Bureau Officer. Then we've got Ms. Bronwyn Oret, is the Chief Quality Assurance Officer. And then the support staff from the Department of Tourism, we've got Mr. Kutsie, who is in the PLO for the Minister. Ms. Nomsahani is head of the Deputy Minister's Office. Ntlantla Aba is the PLO for the GM. And then we've got Mr. Thabo Makhubedu is Director Office of the DG. Then Ms. Petra van Niekerk is the PLO for the DG. Ms. Jody N. Niekerk is the acting PLO in the Minister's Office. And then we've got Ms. Diane Charles is the Chief of Staff for the CEO of SA Tourism. And then we've got Ms. Yolanda Kona is the Head of Strategic Planning, Evaluation and Program Management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Disang. The department here is led by our Honorable Deputy Minister, Ms. Maggie Sochu. I would just like to give you an opportunity, DM, to make an input and some remarks. Over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning also to members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also then extend my greetings to DG Vele and his team from the department, and also SAT team as led by the chair of the interim board. Chairperson, as for us from the department, we had an opportunity as a department to be briefed by AG's office a week ago about the financial performance of both the department and SAT, as they have correctly then indicated to yourself this morning. Indeed, there are some challenges that were raised in the last financial year, and also recommendation, especially when it comes to SAT. And I do agree with Ms. Haraba when she said that some of the issues that has been raised, the issues that have been raised last year for the SAT. But what I can say is that taking from last year up to now, our DG and the minister is working very close with SAT in trying to resolve some of the issues that were raised by AG last financial year. But unfortunately, as you know, that some of the issues that has been raised are issues that has to do with the board, which is now the former board. I'll say the former board. Therefore, the DG will take you through our performance, and there's nothing new. The only problem that is what is the members that is identified with regard to the issue of the EPWP, that is the non-betterment of that side. But I think the DDGs are here. Each DDG has got her or his own area of responsibility where they are going then to give answers to those. And then in closing, I will then respond at last to your concern, Chair, that you have raised with regard to the government gazette that has been issued, and also the case that is today expected to be in court. So far from myself, we'll take the presentation from the DG, and then members of parliament will speak for themselves where we can do better or where we have done better. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister Sochu. I'll now hand over to DG Vele and team. DG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to yourself as well as all the honourable members. Greetings to the Deputy Minister. Greetings also to Dr. Masito, and greetings to all my colleagues from the department, from SAT, and from the side of Parliament as well. Honourable Chairperson, I'm going to do the overview, and then I'm going to request the DDGs to go through their areas quite briefly, but making sure that the information is actually communicated. We will not represent the information already communicated by the AG, so that's going to afford us a little bit of time as well. And the CFO, together with DDG Ngomane, will share program 1 because there's a part that belongs to the CFO in that regard. I will come back for program 2. We don't have a vacancy in the program 2 DDG. DDG Malan accompanied the minister in the DP's visit to Turkey, and Senzo is acting on behalf of DDG Malan but I may assist him in some of that, just to save time, because I had not yet communicated to him that he would actually take responsibility for that. But the DDGs are familiar with this approach. That is what we have always been using. I will ask for Petra to bring back the presentation. Honorable Chairperson, if you permit, I will switch off my camera for now as I'm going through the presentation, just for network purposes.
You may switch off your camera, DG Vele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Petra, let's move to slide 2. Petra, please move to slide 2. Thank you. And put it on a slide. Yeah, so presentation mode. We will not go into the details of the departmental mandate, but suffice to say that this area would include largely the policy environment as was during the previous administration. And particularly what I would want to highlight here is the 1996 white paper. Honorable members would know that by now we have got a new white paper, which is the 2024 white paper, which then informs our work going forward. But as we were doing this particular work that we are accounting for today, we were actually using this particular framework. And we were also at that particular point in time in the process of implementation of the tourism sector master plan, and we were also still going through the implementation of the tourism sector recovery plan from the times of COVID. Next slide. Next to 6. Yeah, there we go. In terms of the overall performance, I think this has also been stated already by the AGSA. It has also been stated already by the Honorable Chairperson. But what is important, which I would really want to highlight, is that Program 2 and Program 4 achieved 100% of their targets. And Program 1 achieved 80%. They were not able to achieve 2 of 10 targets. And Program 3, they were not able to achieve 1 target, albeit that is the target that has also been raised when the discussions were still ensuing with the AG, and this is the specific target around PWP jobs. In terms of the Program 1 targets, 1 is the target in relation to the vacancies in the department. And there will be an explanation that the DDG will offer, but by and large, at that particular point in time, we were still obliged to make representation as to which positions may or may not necessarily be filled to the Public Service and Administration Department, and we would then receive approvals, and upon receiving those approvals, then commence with the process of filling the positions and so on. It's important to report now that that provision is no longer applicable. That has been lifted, and the filling of positions now is squarely within the ambit of the department. The second one was with regards to the payment of invoices within 30 days. And the details, again, they will be provided by the CFO. But in brief, we had 99.97% in terms of the payments of invoices. Of course, 99.9 something, even if we round it off to say it's 100, it is not. One invoice, it's one too many. That's the rule. The quantity was also small in terms of the value. So this is an area that we keep a very close watch on. And again, within this particular area, CFO will speak a lot more in details. We also had consequence management instituted in this regard, but she will speak to that. Petra, you can move on to, you're going to pass that one. I've spoken to that. You're also passing that one. I've spoken to it. Program performance information, and then we come to administration. Dr. Ngomane, please take over from here, and then we'll hand over to CFO. Thank you. And you will come back for HR information. Please show your face for the first time, and then you can proceed with that. Dr. Ngomane.
Well, good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Portfolio Committee members, Deputy Minister, DG SAT Board Chairperson, and all colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to go through to the performance in terms of Program 1 for administration, which is actually addressing the outcome of achieving good governance and also responsive cooperative governance. During the period under review of 2024-2025, Program 1 had 10 targets. Of the 10 targets, we were able to achieve 8 out of 10 targets, which translated to 80%. I will now actually take the portfolio committee through all the 10 targets within the Program 1 in terms of the targets that were actually achieved and those that were not achieved, and also show the degree and the extent of such targets on how they were achieved. In terms of the output indicator, we had the first indicator, which referred to the audit outcome on financial statements and performance information. The target for the department was to achieve an unqualified audit on financial statements and performance information. The actual performance that was achieved during the period under review is that the department achieved an unqualified audit, a clean audit on financial statements and performance information. The second target referred to the percentage procurement of goods and services from SMMEs. The target was to achieve 40% expenditure on procurement of goods and services from SMMEs. As a result, the department has achieved 43.31% expenditure on procurement of goods and services from SMMEs. The reason that we overachieved is that the department implements targeted procurement from SMMEs through awarding of points. The third target referred to the percentage invoices paid within the prescribed time frame. The DG has already alluded to this target that we're not able to meet 100%. As I actually take a break, I'll also request the CFO to talk to this target and provide further details for the benefit of the members. The fourth target referred to percentage of procurement spent from women-owned businesses, where the target for the year was 40% procurement spent from women-owned businesses. Honorable Chairperson, I want to report that 65.44% achieved for this particular target. In terms of the fifth target, it was focusing on number of public entity oversight instruments developed. 4 SAT tourism quarterly oversight reports had to be developed during the period under review. The achieved were 4 SAT tourism quarterly oversight reports were developed. Target number 6 has to do with a percentage of vacancy rate, where the vacancy rate for the department had to be below 10%. Unfortunately, the department could not achieve the target of 10%, as at the end of March 2025, the vacancy rate was sitting at 13.2%. The department did not achieve the target due to the process of requesting concurrence from the DPSA delaying the recruitment process. Of the posts that were approved for filling, the department advertised and filled these posts. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that internal promotions do not contribute to lowering or reducing the department's vacancy rate, because now we have to go back again and make sure that we motivate for those positions, send for concurrence, and try to fill those vacant posts again. There was also the effect of employees leaving the department for various reasons. The department subsequently decided to review all posts in line with the 7th administration priorities prior to proceeding with recruitment. As part of the corrective measure during the 2025-2026, the department has reviewed all posts in line with the 7th administration priorities and advertised and filled identified critical posts. Next slide. The 7th target had to do with a percentage of compliance with departmental employee targets. The first one was SMS, women representation at a minimum of 50%. As at the end of the financial year, SMS women representation was maintained at 50.8%, with female being at the majority. The second one had to do with persons with disabilities representation above 3%. The department has maintained the persons with disability representation at 4.8% as at the end of the financial year. One of the reasons that the department has achieved the high target in terms of the persons with disability is because the department has implemented the disability management program that encourages disclosure and emphasizes reasonable accommodation efforts. Target number 8 had to do with percentage of workplace skills plan implemented. 100% implementation of workplace skills plan was the target. The department has indeed achieved 100% on the implementation of the workplace skills plan for the period under review. The 9th target had to do with a percentage implementation of the annual internal audit plan. 100% implementation of the annual internal audit plan was the target, and the department has achieved 100% with the implementation of the annual internal audit plan during the period under review. Next slide. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to hand over financial officer to provide the report on the financial information of the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister of the Department of Tourism, the DG, SAT Chairperson of the Board, and the Senior Management of SAT, and Senior Management of the Office of the AGSA. I think I would like to, my name is Malemani Maponya, the CFO of the Department of Tourism. I think, Petra, I would like to go back to slide number 10 to present the reasons for the variances on the target that was not achieved. Yes, target number 3, that has to do with percentage of our invoices paid within 30 days. For that target, we did not achieve 100%. In total, we had 313,954 invoices received. Out of that total number, 4 was not paid on time. And the reason for that is that those were the previous financial year invoices. The invoices were received in 2023-2024 financial year towards the end of the financial year. And towards the year end, there are year-end processes in the system. And we also closed the system before the actual date. So those invoices were submitted when they were already aging and they could not be processed on time. They were paid in the financial year 2024-25 when the system opened. However, for that reason, we have then instituted consequence management, because we felt that as the department, we do issue circulars in in March every year, where we sensitize the officials that the systems will be closing and therefore invoices should be submitted to finance on time so that they are paid and well accounted for. So the consequence management were implemented and finalized. Hence, we did not achieve that target. I think I can then move to the financial information, and I will switch off my video as well. Okay. In terms of the financial report, as the department, we had a budget appropriated of 2.3 billion for the year under review. And the department was able to spend 2.2 billion for the year under review, with a variance of 128.8 million. Overall, in terms of the percentage, the department achieved 94.6% with a variance of 5.4% that was not spent as at the 31st of March 2025. And next slide. I will take the committee through the expenditure per program. As the department, we have 4 programs. On program number 1, which is administration, the budget appropriated for the financial year was 364.8 million. And the expenditure at the end of the reporting period was at 340 million, representing 93.3% percentage spend. And when the year was concluded, we had a variance of 6.7% that was unspent. And the main reason was due to compensation of employees in program 1 because of the cost containment measures that were put in place at that time. Hence, in program 1, we still had a balance of 24.4 million, which was unspent at the end of the reporting period. The second program is Program 2, Tourism Research, Policy and International Relations. We had an appropriated budget of 1.3 billion. In Program 2, that's where we have the SAT transfer. So the entity's budget is allocated under Program 2. So at the end of the financial year, in terms of the expenditure, 1.3 billion was spent. And in terms of the percentage, 98.8% was achieved with a variance of 1.2%, which was not spent. And part of the reason is also compensation of employees in Program 2, and also the saving was realized under transfers due to the fluctuations in foreign currency exchange rates. The next program, which is Program 3, is Destination Development. Destination Development is the budget that was allocated for the period under review is 362 million. At the end of the reporting period, expenditure was sitting at 297.9 million, representing the total spend of 82.2% with a variance of 17.8% and the balance of 64 million. In Program 3, Destination Development, that's where our main cost driver is in terms of the budget of the department. We have the EPWP budget, and that is also part of the program that the department is running. So we had challenges there in terms of the number of work opportunities that were not achieved, and hence we had that savings. So the DDG will go into detail into explaining the reasons for material variances. The last program is Program 4, which is Tourism Sector Support Services. The budget of 318 million was appropriated, and overall at the end of the reporting period the expenditure was sitting at 294.6 million, representing 92.6% with a variance of 7.4%. In TSSS as well, the challenge or the reasons for material variances was also related to the filling of post and also some projects that could not be implemented at that time. So we'll go to the next page. The next slide. Okay. In the next slide we have is the same information that was presented. However, here is in terms of economic classification. So the first economic classification, we have current payments. Under current payments, we have compensation of employees and goods and services. I must mention that under goods and services, we have EPWP as well projects. And these are projects that were that falls under goods and services, which means that they are not of capital nature. So under compensation of employees, we had a budget ceiling allocated of 411.9 million, and that expenditure at the end of the reporting period was sitting at 377 million with a budget spend of 91.6%, and we have already alluded to the fact that it was due to the moratorium at the time that we could not fill the positions. Goods and services, I will allow the DDG Destination Development when she present her report to provide a detailed motivation in that regard, because most of the unspent funds were realized under EPWP. Then we have transfers and subsidies. Under transfers and subsidies, we had departmental agencies and accounts. SAT also falls under this line item. We had a budget of 1.2 billion, and the whole 1.2 1.2 billion was then spent under this line item, and foreign government and international organization, the budget was 2.7 million, and we had a savings of 272,000, and that was due to the fluctuations in the exchange rate. Public corporations, we had 172 million, and it was 100% was spent. Non-profit institutions, 100% spent. Household, 100% spent. Then we have capital assets. Under capital asset, we had buildings and other fixed structures. We have EPWP under this line item, and this is mainly for infrastructure projects. And for that line item, 65 million was allocated for the period under review, and the expenditure amounted to 61.8 million with a budget percentage spend of 94.4%. The DDG will provide reasons for the 3.6 million that was not spent in that line item, as it is part of a program. Under machinery and equipment, the whole budget was spent, and in total of the 2.3 billion budget that was allocated for the Department of Tourism, we realized an expenditure of 2.2 billion with a percentage of 94.6%. And in terms of the balance, the variance in terms of amount, 128.7 million, was then declared as a savings for the period under review. Thank you. That is the end of the report.
Honorable Chairperson, if you allow me, we can go to slide number 20, where I'll be presenting the human resource information.
You may proceed, Doc.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members. This slide shows the workforce representativity in terms of the department as at the end of 31st March 2025. The department has got a total approved establishment of 507, but the breakdown here shows the number of positions that were filled as at 31st of March 2025 in terms of the race and also the number of people and the percentage thereof of the total establishment. In terms of the Africans, the department has a total complement of 385 officials that comprise 87.5%. Coloreds is 22 at 5%. Asians is 14 at 3.2%, and whites is 19 at 4.3%, which totals to 440, and it's actually 100% of filled positions. From these 440, we've got 21 employees or persons with disability, which talks to 4.8%. Next slide. This slide actually shows the breakdown in terms of the occupational levels, or what we define as occupational bands or categories, from top management to the unskilled and defined decision-making levels. So in terms of the male versus the female representation, we've got 176 males who are African, 3 colored males, and 5 Indians, and 8 whites. And the female representation is 209 African females, 19 colored females, 9 Indians, and 11 white females. So this shows the full complement in terms of the department and the breakdown in various occupational categories. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I hand over to the DG.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Petra, let's go to slide number 24. I will present the tourism research policy and the international relations performance. As indicated earlier, the program had 100% achievement of all its targets. A lot of work takes place here, but it's work in the background, so it's often not the most visible part of the work that we do as a department. It helps us to strengthen the programs that we're implementing. For instance, there was a focus last year on making sure that we continuously monitor the implementation of some of the key programs that are outward looking, that are largely going to be presented in terms of their own implementation by Program 4. Those being the skills programs related to professional cookery, the tourism monitors program, which has also got an element of skills development for the beneficiaries, as well as the food and beverage and the food safety assurance program. So that monitoring then filters back into the programs, and those who are actually responsible for the planning and implementation of the program then go into review on the basis of this monitoring. We also do impact evaluation so that we have a sense of whether the programs that we're implementing are actually yielding the desired objectives, or we are really just ticking the boxes. And in that regard, the focus was on the tourism incentive program. We were also responsible for making sure that there is a report that informs the public with regards to the extent of performance of the sector, and we did that on a biannual basis. And we're also making sure that we report against the tourism sector master plan in terms of its implementation. And just to remind the honorable members, the master plan was actually for purposes of accelerating the recovery from the COVID times. Next slide. This program also deals with what one would deem to be digital transformation elements. And one of the things that we were doing at that time was to put together a system for purposes of applications by the enterprises for the market access support program. So that is now in place. There's some review of the actual market access support program that when the launch actually then takes place, that when that review in terms of some of the requirements that we would like to re-look into, once that is done, then the system will be available for applications and so on, but it is already there in place, it's done. The second one was also the system that we reported on the previous year, which is the Tourist Guide Information System. This is now in place, and what we're doing there was to make sure that it actually gets updated. We've been quite active in the international environment and making sure that the voice of South Africa, the interests of South Africa are actually represented within the global community. And the platforms that from a multilateral perspective were engaged is the UN Tourism, is the G20, and I think bulk of the G20 reporting would probably come through as we do quarterly reports in the current financial year. because at this particular period, we were actually beginning with that particular process and so on from a perspective of the South Africa's presidency. But prior to that, we were actually participating in the presidency of Brazil. Then, of course, the work around BRICS, as well as the work around SADC, and this would prove to be quite crucial as South Africa is also preparing to take the chairship of SADC. So that whatever we've been building on would actually be able to assist us, as well as the IORA and work around the AU. Let's move to the next one. We have a platform. It's been running for quite a number of years now. We call it Best Practice Workshop. It targets, so we've got a number of bilateral agreements with a number of countries in the continent. And as we pursue the implementation, we do discover that in most of these agreements, there are common commitments across the countries. And part of what we then decided to do was, let's create this particular platform so that everybody comes together in one platform. And those that are actually doing the best in particular areas could actually enlighten all of us with what needs to be considered to be able to get to their levels. It's very well attended across the continent. There is also interest from members outside the continent, and it seems to be growing. But it does help a lot because some of the work that perhaps would have required some experts to come and give us insights about things and so on, we're able to actually get that and more from the different perspectives of those that have actually walked that path and were successful in that. There is an initiative that is led by Minister and DM, and this initiative is basically the best practice approach, and rather the outreach is to identify specific markets. In the previous financial year, there was a focus on both India as well as Ghana. Honorable members would recall that Ghana had just received its waiver, had just acceded, let me say so, had just acceded to the waiver that was extended, and they agreed that they would also then extend it to South Africa, thereby making it effective after that particular process. And the activation of that particular market, particularly the engagements with trade in that particular market, was an absolute necessity. Suffice to say that it is a market that out of those events had actually performed in a satisfactory manner. If we were to look at India, we still have a bigger issue with regards to direct connectivity. And part of what was also behind the choice was that India and China were going to be the first two countries that the Trusted to Operator scheme was going to be implemented. And to prepare the trade in that environment, we did need to go there and make sure that there's direct engagement with trade, make them aware. And in that particular process, the likes of Home Affairs were there, the likes of the Department of Transport from aviation perspective. So that sort of like Team South Africa type of approach was the way that it was actually organized, and this also led to some of the discussions that are actually taking place in regards to possibilities of direct connectivity in the future. It's still work in progress, but these are, I'm trying to highlight as to what exactly are these things meant to do. Next slide. And at this point, I will hand over to DDG Dr. Chete. Thanks.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Honourable DM, DG, Chair of the SAT Board, and all colleagues on the platform. Chair, with your permission, I will stop sharing my video and go into the presentation itself. In the Destination Development Program for last year, we had 7 targets, 6 of which were achieved and 1 which was not achieved. On the first slide, Chair, we speak to the work that we do in destination planning and investment coordination. We implemented the budget resort network and brand concept. We also actually managed the pipeline of nationally prioritized tourism investment opportunities. With regards to the investment platforms, we, in fact, were able to take advantage of the Soweto Investment Conference in Q3. And so instead of 2 investment platforms, we actually participated in 3 in that financial year. Next slide, please. The next slide speaks to our work in tourism enhancement, and it speaks to the work that we were doing on the maintenance program, as well as the community-based tourism projects, as well as the work that we were doing at the Robben Island Museum. In terms of the maintenance program, we implemented our program in 4 provinces. Honorable members, we have in fact implemented this program across 9 provinces, but the remaining 5 provinces were reported on in previous financial years. Our implementation of the 22 community tourism projects were monitored and did progress in the year under review. Albeit there were some delays on them, and our focus for the year is in actually finalizing and completing these projects. And then our work at Robben Island Museum progressed as we had intended for it to progress. The next slide, I think, then speaks to our last target. Honorable members, we are devastated not to have been able to achieve the work opportunities target. It is the first time in a number of years that we were not able to achieve this target, and we are painfully aware of the impact of this in the context of the high unemployment in the country. We have, in fact, reviewed this program, and what we are transitioning towards is towards funding out of EPWP only skills development programs, which are demand-led. These programs are, by their nature, much more labor-intensive than infrastructure projects. And we are focusing then on making sure that in this 7th administration, we never actually have a repeat of the situation of not achieving a work opportunities target. I think that also with regards to the budget, the underperformance in the program does correlate with the underspend in the EPWP program, and this is also something that we are actively working on ensuring and actually never occurs again. Honourable Chair and honourable members, that concludes the presentation for Destination Development. I will now hand over to DDG Satwaba for the Tourism Sector Services Support presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. Good morning, Honourable Chair and honourable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister, DG, the Chairperson of the South African Tourism Board, executives and senior managers of the Auditor-General of South Africa, and good morning to all colleagues on the call. With your permission, Chair, I will switch off my video so that I can go into the presentation for Program 4. Chairperson, Program 4, which is Tourism Sector Support Services, achieved all of its 15 targets. We, on top of that, registered overachievement in 4 targets. On the incentive program, the Green Tourism Incentive Program was implemented. Tourism domestic awareness campaigns, we had said we will do 4 of these campaigns. We were able to achieve the target. Next slide. Initiatives to support tourism SMMEs, the 3 incubation programs were successfully implemented. We overachieved the target concerning support provided to SMMEs with regards to the compliance and resilience program. We had looked at 150, but at the end of the financial year, we had supported 5 more. The resource energy cleaner production training that is offered to youth was duly implemented. Next slide. On the programs to enhance visitor service and experience, the implementation of the service excellence standard, which was focusing on small towns and on tourism product support, was duly implemented. Tourism monitors was implemented in all the provinces, including Sanbi Gardens, Isimangaliso, Airports Company, and Ezemvelo Nature Reserve. We duly conducted 4 tourist safety awareness programs. Next slide. The target relating to the number of capacity building programs, we were looking at 2,700 unemployed youth being trained on norms and standards for safe tourism operations. We trained 2,800, therefore overachieving on this target. We also had targeted 250 SMMEs to be trained on the norms and standards. We overachieved this due to the support and collaboration that we had with provinces. We were able to recruit more than the 250 SMMEs for this support on training on norms and standards. Next one. The NTCE was successfully hosted in October last year in Limpopo. We were able to take 50 chefs into our recognition of prior learning processes. We focused in Gauteng and Free State. The target relating to the training of unemployed youth on our various skills development programs was overachieved. We had targeted 450, but at the end of the day, 495 of our youth were put through various programs, amongst them being food and bev training, professional cookery, and food safety quality assurance program. Next slide. I suspect this is the last one for the program, chairperson, and thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, that concludes the presentation from the department side. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Vele. Thank you, Dr. Sipo, Dr. Chetia, Ms. Maponya, and Ms. Twaba for the presentations. I would like to give honorable members an opportunity to interact with the presentations. I would like to note hands. Honorable Tlongo, followed by Honorable Likharaba. Followed by Honorable Ishmael. Followed by Honorable Linda. Followed by, I don't know who's that, Samsung, SM.
It's Honorable Budley.
Okay, Honorable Moodley, can we rename the gadget, please, Disang? For record purposes? Because this meeting is streamed live. Thank you so much. Can you assist me there, Disang? I don't see any other honorable members' hands.
I'll just need to check first whether I know that Honorable Mashabela had a problem with lead. Yeah, she might be in the list. Yeah, I know she's got a problem with the hand. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Honorable Flongo, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation by the department. Honorable Chairperson, while the department achieved a clean audit for the second consecutive year, what concrete steps have been taken to address the Auditor-General's findings on non-compliance with supply chain management prescripts? One would also want to know what consequence management actions have been taken regarding the 3.4 million in irregular expenditure linked to failure to obtain 3 written quotations. Honorable Chairperson, has the department developed an action plan to address the audit findings and strengthen preventative controls against irregular expenditure? The department underspent across all 4 programs. What specific corrective measures are in place to prevent under expenditure in future financial years? And how did under expenditure in Program 3 affect job creation under the expanded public works program? And what will be done to ensure targets are met going forward? The committee noted that poor planning led to delays and underperformance in Program 4. What improvements have been introduced to ensure timely project approval and execution? Honorable Chairperson, with the high rates of youth unemployment in South Africa, the Department of Tourism failed to achieve the 5,820 work opportunities targeted under the EPWP. What are the main reasons for this shortfall, and what measures will ensure that future job creation targets are achieved? Would the department consider implementing fewer but more impactful labor intensive projects to maximize job creation and community benefits? Honorable Chairperson, our oversight visits revealed weaknesses in the implementation of tourism infrastructure projects, including poor municipal coordination and incomplete services. What is being done to ensure all future projects are fully functional upon completion? How is the department strengthening project monitoring and ensuring that implementing agents and contractors adhere to scope, timelines, and quality standards? What mechanism ensures prompt remedial or disciplinary action when implementing agents or service providers underperform? How does the department account for multi-year infrastructure projects not included in the annual performance plan, such as Fredefort Dome and Seker Bosrand? Will the department consider extending project scopes when critical issues like missing bulk services are identified during implementation? And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, township tourism remains neglected. What is the department doing to revitalize tourism in townships, villages, and dorpies? How is the department working with municipalities to improve local tourism planning, infrastructure, and marketing, particularly in areas like Sidibeng and Soweto? Honorable Chairperson, I also want to know that has the department considered assessing and supporting high potential township tourism sites, such as the Soweto Hotel, through existing incentives like the Green Tourism or market access programs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Chairperson, on program one, where the department performance is 8 out of 10, which is 80% We appreciate the department clean audit on financial statements and performance information. Moreover, we are worried about the vacancies that are not filled. We are satisfied with the women representation and the representation of people with disability. In the next report, we hope to see the representation of women at 55%. To you, DG, through Chair, is it possible for you to make a breakdown of representation based on gender and age? For example, how many disabilities are youth, whether male or female? During the oversight, DG, through you, Chair, we noted that close of the half of employees who were present are on acting capacity. This on its own, it must be corrected in the next financial year, which is the year that we are in now, 25-26. The report must show us as the committee that we want great improvement based on what I've alluded above. If possible, all acting positions must be filled. But I also have some other questions, Chair, based on the presentation by the DG on what alternative measures are in place to secure more stable sources of funding for the EPWP and a better management system and approach. And what was the reason for the contravention of SAM procedures where management did not obtain written price quotation from at least 3 different suppliers registered on the CSD, and what has been the remedial action in this regard? What was the qualitative and quantitative impact of the Soweto Investment Conference, and what was the role of the department in its participation? What is the status of the 22 community-based projects as monitored by the department? Lastly, Chair, let me also take this opportunity again to congratulate the DG and the entire team for the unqualified audit opinion with no finding. DG and your team, through you, Chair, once you have reached your last step of the ladder, we don't expect you to fall. Let other departments come and copy from us as the Department of Tourism. Thank you, Chair.
Once again, good morning, Chair. I think, it's still morning. Good morning to all colleagues in the department. I want to welcome the presentation. We're always looking forward to unqualified audits, so this is welcome. However, I do have some questions. Some have been touched upon by my colleagues that spoke earlier. However, I just want to zoom into these a bit further. Before I start on anything else, I want to just direct my question to the Deputy Minister. Thank you for being here, Deputy Minister. As you are no doubt aware, the decision, to terminate the Small Enterprise Development and Finance agencies, SIDFA mandate, as the implementing agent for the Tourism Equity Fund has placed many of these projects in limbo, with devastating consequences for the communities who are expecting the chance to uplift themselves through these projects and the jobs they create. Now, the DM, I am concerned because we know that we have been asking the Minister for the close-up report for a long while. At our BRRR declarations, the Minister actually responded to me to say she has got the close-out report, but our committee, our portfolio committee, has not had the privilege or the opportunity to look at this close-out report. Will you please make it available through to us, DM or DG, whoever can make it available to us? I am very much concerned because it's affecting many people's lives. I want to know how many beneficiaries are waiting? Are they receiving funds currently or not? And I think my last question on this particular matter is, can you advise us how far or what is the status of the department agreement with the PIC? That is for you, DM, that I'm actually relating to you because I think you were dealing with this matter. Now, questions to the department. I'm going to zoom into the DBSA projects. I think this is a matter of concern for me for years and years and years. What is the department doing, or what are you going to do to strengthen DBSA projects management and monitoring? because we have seen over and over again, even when we went on oversight, there's a contractor that's appointed, something goes wrong, and then somebody else has to step in. There's a budget that's allocated, and suddenly when you go on the ground, you find that much more is needed. So, there is no proper analysis done on the particular project that DBSA is now taking in to say we are going to be, allocating funds, we're going to be, ensuring that this project is going to, come about and it's going to be able to sustain itself. What is being done differently, I just find that, DBSA does not adhere to proper supply chain management. We're also finding that there is no proper audit controls. We see that there is no proper analysis being done. I find it strange where you go onto, you go and see a project, there's no basic infrastructure that is there. And then we are told there's one contractor, and then something happened to that contractor. There was hypothetically 9 million rand, then it's going to 21 million rand, then it's going to 90 million rand. It's just more and more and more taxpayers' money is being utilized to a certain extent, even squandered. And we find there's no security in place where it's, from one contractor to another contractor. We're finding vandalization of this particular project where money has already been spent. So, why are you not doing a complete analysis at inception so that this is what's needed? When you're already in the project, now you're finding A, B, C, D, E, F, more things are needed, and then you're asking for more and more monies. While we understand, that we want the outcome of this project to be really valuable to the people on the ground, because that's what it's all about. But the fact that you have one contractor, then another contractor, and I really would like to know, whether the time frame of that project, once it's done, are you actually implementing and getting out the penalties from the contractors so that some of the monies can be, reused again to now cover up for what are the extras that are needed? This is something that is going on over and over again, and it's worrisome. And I think somewhere along the line, we need to have some correct and appropriate project management in place so that we don't have this recurring. My third question is, I see there are claims to the value of 10 million rand against the department. Please, can you advise the committee on what basis these claims were made? Maybe a full report, you can give us a brief, but maybe a full report to the committee in written format is also welcome so that we can understand this fully. And then I think the vacancy rate has been already touched upon. We went on the ground. We also heard from the department. They are acting, and their vacancy rate is concerning. We know that, there was we know some time back that there was I don't want to use the word moratorium, but there was somewhere a hold on, fulfilling or to basically implement where these vacancies are filled. But where are we right now? Can you maybe enlighten us? How many vacancies will be filled? Which acting positions will be filled? And can you give us timelines and timeframes so that we can actually see these things improving going forward? Job creation, I always say jobs, and more jobs. And it's quite disheartening, quite concerning to note that a mere 2,000 or even 3,000 jobs cannot be created, whereas tourism is the main, department to be able to say, we are going to get investment into this country. We are going to be having job creation, and we're going to, that will lead to economic growth. So what are you going to do differently to ensure that more sustainable and meaningful jobs are created? We don't want to go on to projects and we're seeing a whole lot of CVs that are lying on the ground. We know we've seen that in the last term, and there's no real efficiency when it comes to EPWP jobs as well. But I'm really looking forward to your answer with regard to sustainable and meaningful jobs being created in the future, because that is where we want to go as a country. Now, we know that 128.8 million rand under expenditure. Right. So we know that they say, why has this been allowed? And how is the department going to ensure that this does not happen again? I know you're improving, and we get into a better state with regard to the department, but we need to address issues that are of concern. And then lastly, please can a feedback report be made available to the committee with regard to the claims of bullying made against the DG. We know that in our question, in a written reply to my question to the President advised, again in a written reply, that he has authorized the Minister to carry out these investigations. Please can a report be made available to us, at least if something can be told to us in this committee as a response, but if a total full report can be made available to us so we can understand it, because we do have, whistleblowers actually reaching out and we would like to understand it better. So thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. That will be all from me.
Chairperson, thank you much and good morning, colleagues. Again, thank you, DG, and your department for the presentation. And as my colleagues said, I want to reiterate, we are very relieved and happy with the department that you had another clean audit. Well done on that. My question is, what specific internal control measures and management practices do you have in the department to ensure these consistent clean audit outcomes? It's actually very interesting, and I think you can share that with the committee. Chairperson, you mentioned the white paper earlier in your opening remarks. Just want to say this is a positive step towards a new modernized policy that we can have. But my question is, how is the department ensuring a seamless alignment between this new white paper and the existing national tourism sector strategy and the tourism sector master plan, so that we avoid strategic confusion and ensure that all stakeholders are working towards the same goals? Chair, another question I have. The report is a bit devoid of specific performance indicators and results. How can the department provide the committee with a detailed breakdown of the performance against the predetermined objectives and include the targets set and achievements for the four key programs? Chair, there's a bit of non-explanation of the budget underspending, and this is serious. It's a substantial amount and could indicate failures in project planning, etc. So which specific projects of the programs were delayed or not implemented, and what is the department's plan to improve its budget execution for the next financial year to ensure that there's not another underspending? The Auditor-General mentioned the weakness in the supply chain management. So what specific time-bound corrective action is management taking to address the supply chains management control failures? How many instances of irregular expenditure were identified as a result? And obviously then what steps are being taken to recover funds and hold responsible officials accountable for this? Chairperson, on programs 2, 3, and 4, the slides for these programs, they don't have substantial information on the activities, the outputs, or the outcomes. So what specific infrastructure projects were completed and how many jobs were created? And I think my colleague touched on that as well. For program 4, the sector support services, how many enterprises were supported and what was the nature of that support? So if we can get that missing detail, maybe even later in separate reports, so that we can see the detail on that. Chair, on the vacancy rate, colleagues have touched on that. How do critical vacancy rates in the skilled positions impact the delivery of, let's say, our destination development? Chair, and then last two, I have 3 more questions, and I'm sorry, I don't want to take up time. On the research that we do, program 2, can you provide a concrete example from the past financial year where a key piece of tourism research directly led to a change in our operation, in policy, and in a new marketing campaign, or a shift in resource allocation for destination development? How is this research to action process formally managed within the department? Chairperson, my last two questions to the DG and the department. The CIFA and Honourable Ishmael touched on PIC, but the CIFA agreement has been cancelled. So what is the impact that this have on the infrastructure development, and what is the status quo of the approved applications, including the Madikwe Lodge in the Northwest? Because the PIC agreement has not yet been finalized. And my last question, Chairperson, thank you for your indulgence, on the infrastructure projects. I have mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention it again. Operational plans are not in place. What are being done to ensure the smooth handover of these projects and successful management of these projects after handover? What is the department's role of the handover? So, Chair, I visited Limpopo's infrastructure projects, beautiful projects, well made, developed by the DBSA, but communities are not taking or don't want the handovers because there are not operational plans in place. And I am concerned that these projects are going to become white elephants. So I need to know what is our department's plan to ensure a smooth handover. That's a mouthful, Chairperson, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Linda. Honourable Moodley. Honourable Mashabela.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, it is painful to listen to a report of people who underspend because of vacant posts. Our people are looking for jobs, but this department is not hiring them. Money is there and posts are available, but people just decide to do nothing. This must come to an end, Chair. Minister, one day we are going to attend ad hoc committee or commission on how Department of Tourism money was used to build lodges, hotels, and resort for individuals in the name of the community. On paper, it is a community-based destination development, but in reality, it's a property of an individual, and the community doesn't benefit even a cent. They don't even know that it is their property. A perfect example is Majila Lodge, which the department spent millions of rands. We went to that community, and we can tell you today that the community doesn't benefit and they are not aware. What they know is that the lodge is personal property of Livowani Majila, who is well known to the DG of the department. Please note that the Director General confirmed in this committee that Livowani Majila is a family friend. Chairperson, there is a serious problem of moving projects of DBSA. Is the department not capable enough to run their projects without running to DBSA? Chair, this 5.4 underspending raises concern about delayed project implementation, unfilled vacancies, or slow procurement processes. The department must explain whether the unspent funds relate to the key service delivery programs such as tourism infrastructure or destination development. Chair, the material irregularity of expenditure incurred without services being delivered remains in progress with no resolution. Can the accounting authority provide exact timelines and names attached to this irregular expenditure recovering process? And will these amounts be referred to law enforcement for criminal investigation rather than being treated as administrative cleanups? The last question, Chair, on budget and expenditure, Chair, what specific programs or projects account for the 128.8 million underspending? Were any donor-funded or infrastructure projects affected by delays? What is the department's plan to improve expenditure efficiency in 2025-2026? On the issue of compliance, Chair, why did the department fail to obtain 3 quotations in certain cases? How many side deviations were recorded, and what value did they represent? Has consequence management been implemented for officials responsible for these lapses, Chair? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Mutley. Disang, can you please assist?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the DG, and thank you for the presentation. The only problem is, this presentation is like we've seen it before. It's like cut and paste. And every time I hear if targets haven't been met, you know, we can't celebrate if the targets are not met. I want to go to Dr. Ketia. I just want to know what's stopping her from filling the position of the EPWP staff. People want jobs. Now, you can't say I'm lying, because I've seen this thing before where targets haven't been met at all. Now, I've got other questions here. Most of them have been asked by my colleagues there, and I don't think I'm going to repeat them again. I just want to know from Dr. Chetia what's holding her with respect to filling the extended public works program. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutley. I've not seen other hands. Honorable Buthelezi.
No, Chairperson, my hand is not up.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. I do have one question that I would like to pose to DG Vele. We have gone on oversight to Vredefort. Now, DG, what I've noticed, and this is a technical question, is that Vredefort is not part of the department's APPs, but it's part of the department's business plan. Now, why is that? That's the question I would like to pose. Thank you so much. And DG, over to you and your team to interact with the questions that honorable members have. Honorable Mutley, can you please mute yourself? Over to you, DG, and your team to interact with the questions that honorable members have asked.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. I'm going to request the colleagues to start. I'll start with Dr. Chetia, then go to DDG Sitwaba, and then go to DDG Dr. Ngomane. And then I will take the rest of the questions. And I think even the question from the Honorable Chairperson, I think is a question that Dr. Cheta would also attend to. Thank you.
Good morning again, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I think that there were a large number of questions posed with regards to the work opportunities target, as well as to the infrastructure program. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as I indicated in my presentation, we are devastated not to have achieved the work opportunities target. We are painfully aware that this failure is very significant in a country where there are huge numbers of unemployment. And in the year under review, as I indicated, we failed to introduce additional programs that could have helped us to meet the specific target. What we have done, Chair and honourable members, in terms of this, and I think that this question came from several members, is to actually look at the manner in which we implement EPWP funded projects. We had previously implemented both infrastructure and skills programs through our EPWP funding. But what we are now doing is to actually ensure that we are moving towards 100% implementation of demand-led skills from our EPWP budget. And what we're also looking at, so that we maximize the budget that we have, is to actually fund the stipend portion out of the EPWP budget and not necessarily other costs that are related to the implementation of the program itself. So, as I indicated, it is the first time in a while that we didn't achieve our EPWP targets, and it is a situation that we are planning not to actually repeat in the 7th administration, given the importance of this particular program. And there is work underway in the TSSS branch to actually look at the broader implementation of the demand-led skills program, so that we ensure that we meet targets in the future related to this. With regards then, I think, to our infrastructure program, what I must say is that we, as the AGSA indicated, there has been huge improvements in the implementation of the infrastructure program. I think, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, it is important to indicate that the DBSA was allocated 71 projects to implement. Of the 71 projects, 49 of those have reached practical completion, and that represents roughly 69% or 2/3 of the projects actually reaching practical completion. With regards to the broader program then, at the moment, there are 7 projects in construction, and our plan, of course, is to complete all of these projects in construction in this financial year. We have one project where we have concurrent to appoint a contractor, and we're hoping that that one will go into construction. It's the only one then, of course, that won't be completed by the end of next year. And there are 14 projects in planning, and most of those, the intention is to complete the planning process, but they won't proceed into infrastructure implementation due to our budget constraints. So we at the moment are focusing on the 7 that we have in construction with the DBSA, and actually reaching completion on those 7 that are currently in construction. The remaining of them are actually at practical completion. I think then, with regards to handover process, we basically conclude handover to communities once the projects have reached final completion, which means that all of the compliance documentation has in fact been completed, and we have a final account in place, and we have all of the necessary compliance documentation to officially be able to hand over that facility to communities in terms of a formal handover. Generally, when the project reaches practical completion, we do actually not formally hand over to end users, but we hand over to end users to actually be able to test the facilities and to be able to actually help us to check whether there are any matters that need to be dealt with from a snagging perspective. In terms of operational plans, we have met honourable members with each of the owning entities, and we have basically gone through a process to understand from owning entities whether they want to operate facilities themselves or whether they actually want to have an operator put in place. Where owning entities have indicated that they want to operate themselves, we have tried to support them through assisting with governance mechanisms and training around operations. Where they have indicated that they would like to have operators in place, we are also similarly trying to assist them to match with operators. It is correct that the department does not have operational funding available to actually assist communities to make their facilities operational. And that means actually putting in actual cash money into operations. Our current budgets actually are not sufficient to be able to do that. But we do actually support communities by providing them with training and assistance, and also trying to link them with operators to make these facilities functional and operational. At the point of handover, honourable members and honourable chair, we do actually make sure that the facilities are fully operational, and also that, for example, they have in place all of the furniture and equipment that they need to have to actually be able to run. So even though we don't have operational funding available to support cash operations at facilities, our team is still working with communities to actually assist them to try to make these facilities operational in the long term. I then think with regards to the underspending, last year in terms of the capital budget for infrastructure, I think our underspending was roughly around 2 million. We had allocated a budget of 65 million to be spent. And in terms of the presentation made by the CFO, we spent around 62 million in terms of that budget. With regards to the underspending in that regard, we had actually received invoices to the value of 65 million, but on a few of them, some of the compliance documentation, all of them were not in place. And so the balance of that money that we couldn't spend, around 3 million, was as a result of those invoices, which we then paid in the next financial year. But 94% of our budget in terms of the infrastructure spend was in fact spent in that financial year. With regards to the underspend on the EPWP budget, we have two portions that we receive in terms of the EPWP. We receive our standard allocation, and then we receive an incentive budget. Last year, I think that there was around 40 million in terms of our budget, in terms of the incentive, which we had not received confirmation that we could spend. So that was contributing to the underspend in terms of EPWP. Although we have to get permission to spend the money, the budget is allocated to the department. And as I'd indicated previously, honourable members and honourable chair, the correlation in underspend in EPWP does correlate with the non-achievement of our work opportunities target, which is deeply regrettable. And this is a situation that we will ensure actually does not take place in the 7th administration. And then lastly, Chair and honourable members, I think with regard to the Vredefort project, the Vredefort project is actually contained in our APP. But Chair, you are correct. In the previous year, there were a number of projects that we were implementing in partnership with various entities. And not all of our infrastructure projects were contained in our APP. That doesn't necessarily make them less important, or that doesn't actually imply that they didn't actually have budgets associated with them. All of the infrastructure work, including Vredefort Dome, does have a budget associated with it. And is something that we are implementing. And as I've indicated, we are actually completing the infrastructure projects to ensure that when we leave, there will be functioning facilities that are in place. In terms of our planning work, Chair, I think that the tourism is a concurrent function. And the Department of Tourism itself does not actually own or manage any kind of infrastructure assets that are tourism related. We have indicated in the past that many of these assets are managed at different levels of government and also by different entities like sports, arts and culture. What we do in terms of the planning perspective is that we have developed planning tools. So we've developed a precinct planning manual. We've also developed a niche tourism planning manuals, which include planning manuals for townships, as an example. And we have run workshops then with various local authorities, in fact, all of them across the country, to take them through these planning manuals and to assist them in terms of the concurrent function of planning for tourism. In terms of certain townships like Vilakazi, like Galeshiwe in the Northern Cape, Mdantsane in the Eastern Cape, we have in fact also completed precinct planning for those various townships. And we've also completed concepts for different elements in those townships. What we are doing with those pieces of work, for example, in the Northern Cape, the Northern Cape team has taken the planning work that we have done and now taken it further in terms of their own applications for urban planning for the Galeshiwe township. And so that's how we support the broader planning across the country. We've also then done master plans, and what we've done with the master plans is to take them a step further and to work with the district development model where we have master plans, and to make sure that the elements that are contained in those tourism sector master plans are then incorporated into the district development one plans where they are applicable. But I think that it is certainly a challenge from a broader infrastructure perspective because the budget of the Department of Tourism is a very small budget. It's around 300 million for EPWP. And in terms of our process, we are funding mainly skills through our EPWP budget, which means that the broader infrastructure across the country is something that we have to work in collaboration with all three levels of government to try to address in terms of addressing broader infrastructure needs. I think allied work that we're doing, honourable members and honourable chair, is the work that we're doing through our investment pipeline. where we have looked at infrastructure projects from various provinces and metros, and also the private sector. And we are then actually working with those project owners to try to find public and private sector further investment into those projects and looking at how they materialize. The work that we're doing in the investment space is looking at high value tourism infrastructure and implementation of that. And for that to happen, we would have to have public and private partnerships, because of course the public sector fiscus is in fact reducing. I think we have actually, for example, worked with the Soweto Hotel in terms of looking at how we can support from a broader investment perspective. But I think that this is an area that is something that we can only improve on in terms of the concurrent function of tourism and the distinct and different roles that every level of government has got to play. I think, DG, I'm going to stop there. I have taken some time, but I think many of those questions were directed to destination development. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's go to Ms. Matongi.
Thank you very much, DG. And thank you for the questions. One of the first questions that was asked is what will we do to improve spending and also to allude to the consequences of not spending as we had projected. The consequences of the underspending is because we had to strike a balance in terms of applying the cost containment measures, firstly, and secondly, as a result of us improving efficiencies in how we collaborate with stakeholders in terms of how we engage with stakeholders. As part of the cost containment measure, our compliance and resilience program at the stage of approval for us to outsource. It came with conditions that we do some of the work, some aspects of the program, we do it internally. And that created some savings in terms of the budget that was allocated for the compliance and resilience. In improving our efficiencies, there was a drive that when we engage with our stakeholders, especially on programs such as your domestic tourism awareness, joint safety awareness program, we needed to integrate them. That assisted in terms of ensuring that we take all of our services, of our offerings to a particular community, and that we are not everywhere providing just one, perhaps a support that we are taking to our citizens. And this integration assisted us in terms of the travel by officials. You find that we don't have a large entourage that would go and engage with citizens on tourism offerings. When we are to book venues for these awareness sessions or these engagements, we then do one venue and not necessarily many venues across the country. What we have learned and what we are going to do is that our plans must be done well on time, be approved well on time, and that we improve in terms of the costing with these interventions that we had put in place. We will keep an eye in terms of the costing, but also again the constant monitoring of our allocation. I know that the DG and the CFO are internalizing and also intensifying in terms of branches constantly monitoring the allocation. And there was no really adverse impact in terms of how we delivered on the target. I had said, honourable members, that in other instances we were able to even exceed our target. There was also a question on tourism in townships, villages, and small dorpies. And from the tourism sector support service side, most of our beneficiaries, be it the youth that we recruit into our skills development programs, be it SMMEs that we are recruiting for our training or development, enterprise development, including also in the incentives. We prioritize township, villages, and small dorpies for support. We go out and share information with our citizens that are in these targeted areas for them to be able to understand the benefits that tourism can bring, and also for them to have access. Like, we will take our partners, IDC, NEF, we will take them to our information sharing sessions where they will engage with members of the public in the township, in the villages, small dorpies, to be able to take them through processes that needs to be taken on board when we want to participate in tourism. Even our capacity building programs that we rolling out with local government tourism practitioners. We look at those small dorpies, those municipalities where there is the potential of tourism, but where perhaps in terms of local government tourism practitioners, there may be a gap. We do engage with them, and we try and build capacity in that regard. There was also a question about meaningful jobs. DDG Dr. Chettier had begun to allude to the new approach now. We are no longer talking skills development programs, but we are talking demand-led skills development. We are collaborating with our pathway management networks. That is your Yes for Youth, Harambe, just to ensure that the skills that we will be training our youth on, are the skills that are indeed needed in the sector, and that these are the skills that will ensure that there's employment and also entrepreneurial opportunities in the tourism sector. In fact, we are also collaborating with the private sector so that they can come on board and begin to assist in terms of identifying the skill set that are needed, and these are the skill set that we will train in, and we are anticipating that this will indeed increase the level at which our trainees are absorbed within employment. There was a request that we provide a report on the kind of support that we are providing to SMMEs. Yes, we can be able to provide it, but largely we assist SMMEs to be compliant with the regulatory requirements. We assist them to grow, like we will take them to exhibitions where they can be able to market access, basically exposing them to the market so that they are sustainable. DG, I know that there was a question on the TEF, which is within Program 4. It's safe to say that there are ongoing discussions from our side, led by the Director General, with all those that are in the implementation of the TEF, like your SITFA, your PIC. There are quite a number of discussions that are ongoing in that space, but I will respectfully defer the issue to the Director General. And thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before Sipho Senzo, can you speak to the question by Honorable Linde with regards to research and policy work and where an example of an impact time?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, DG, and good afternoon to the Chair, the Honorable DM, and Honorable members. And maybe let me start with the research one. The research that we do is informed by the stakeholders' needs, both internally and externally. So stakeholders will identify the areas requiring evidence, so that then when they start with their programs, those programs will be informed by evidence. And also in the process of gathering that information, we'll do, the research need assessment survey, where we'll have also meetings with provincial researchers to collate the provincial needs, so that when we do the research with partner universities, our research, covers the needs not only at national level but also at provincial level. There was also a request for specific examples. If I recall, at the beginning of formulating our research agenda, the study around transformation and the transformation study that we normally use has helped us to be where we are in terms of the transformation program. I know that the women empowerment initiative and so on were as a result of the outcomes of the research that the department has been commissioning continuously. Recently, we also participate in the Operation Vulindlela process, and we have requested again the research team, especially as part of ease of access, to assist us with the benchmarking exercise, on visa-related issues, looking at the areas of digitalization, remote access, best practices, and so on, so that we can inform our participation when we are engaged in the Operation Vulindlela process. With regards to the alignment with the tourism white paper, thank you so much for that question. Indeed, the National Tourism Sector Strategy term is coming to an end in 2026, because the strategy was for 2016 to 2026, and the department is embarking on a process to review the National Tourism Sector Strategy to ensure that we align with the recently approved tourism white paper. I must say that we are also in discussion, because we are aware that the tourism sector master plan, which was also assisting us to ensure that we recover, to the 2019 level, its term is also coming to an end in 2026, because it was a 3-year plan. We are also looking to that as to how do we align all these processes going forward, but to ensure that we fully respond to the policy principles adopted in the tourism white paper of 2024. And the same process is also being undertaken for us to review the legislation, noting that the department made a commitment that we will be going through this process, I think, at Parliament by year 2026, 2027. So these are some of the processes that we're engaged in to ensure that we align with the overarching policy framework that has been recently approved. Thank you, DG, and thank you, Chairperson.
Dr. Ngobane.
Thank you so much, DG, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members. I would like to respond on a few issues that you have highlighted. I know that one of the issue is that on the filling of vacancies, and also to understand what are we doing in order to make sure that the vacancies are being filled. As at the end or beginning of the financial year, we had about 67 vacant positions. As I indicated earlier on during my presentation, that during the 2024-2025 financial year, there were measures by the DPSA to control the filling of the vacancies. That has since been revoked. So as at the beginning of this financial year, the department has initiated a recruitment drive in order to fill the vacant positions. Honorable members, I would like to indicate that to date, a total number of 37 positions have been advertised and they are at various stages of being filled. Some of them, they are at shortlisting stage, others they are at interviewing stage, whilst some of them we have already extended offers to the successful candidate. And other posts are being filled from transfers as and when they are received. I'm aware that the filling of vacancies has got dependencies on the budget expenditure, especially compensation of employees' budget. In order to fast track and make sure that we control the under expenditure on the compensation of employees' budget, which cut across all the branches in the department, the department has actually initiated a process that where there are vacant funded positions, all qualifying employees who are appointed in acting capacity, they must actually be paid an acting allowance. This is an effort to reduce on the compensation of employees' budget and also to make sure that employees are recognized for the work that they are performing in their acting role. However, this does not take away the effort by the department to fill all the vacant positions. We are confident that by the end of this current financial year, the department will have filled a substantial number of vacant positions, which should be below 10% of the vacancy as per the required norm. I must also indicate, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, that as part of the preventative measures on non-compliance to supply chain management practices, during this current financial year, the department has instituted training programs and workshops to educate and train all the employees in the department in supply chain management practices. We have already hosted a workshop that was done by the National Treasury, which aimed to train employees on bid specification, bid evaluation, and bid adjudication processes. Also, during Q3, we'll be embarking on training 91 officials from level 12 and below on supply chain management practices. These are already approved and planned. It will actually be delivered during the month of October and November. We cannot do supply chain management practices without making reference to the ethics in the public service. On this note, we've already trained 116 employees in the department on ethics program. These are some of the interventions that we have instituted as the department to make sure that there is compliance within the supply chain management practice. Thank you so much. I hand over to you, DG.
Thank you. Briefly, CFO, the quotations that were not complete and what was done about it.
Thanks, DG. On the irregular expenditure that was raised as one of the findings by the AGSA, I want to report that the amount that was identified is 127,000 for the current financial year, as it is reflecting on the AGSA report, page 13. Yes, the report that was presented in this committee. So what we have done so far, it is with regard to the non-compliance where 3 quotations were not obtained. In terms of the definition of irregular expenditure, we have agreed that indeed, in terms of the definition, it is irregular expenditure. However, the department did appoint the relevant service provider. The only challenge was that we did not obtain 3 quotations, and in terms of the process, we also did not obtain approval for us to continue with less than 3 quotations. So we have since moved from that irregular expenditure in the sense that after receiving the audit report from AGSA, as the department, what we do, we then develop audit action plans, and we have done that. And in terms of implementation, we have commenced and we have moved from 0. We are now sitting at 44% in terms of our implementation of our audit actions. Once we confirm that it is irregular expenditure, it goes through a process that will be an assessment process. We have passed that stage, and this irregular expenditure is under determination, and it is a matter that will be investigated and processed through the PFMA compliance framework. So we are in the process of instituting consequence management. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Sefo. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to, there's a few questions still. There's a question that I would start with this question from, I think it was from Honorable Linde. But before I go there, there was a mention of a 3-point-something million irregular expenditure, which was a carryover from the previous financial year. And I think it was a question from Honorable Shongo. That amount, so the processes ensued, the investigations and all that, and ultimately the consequence management. And we did write to National Treasury to request the Accountant General for condonation based on all the actions that have been taken. I'm pleased to inform the committee that yesterday I did receive a letter that came from the Accountant General, and they have indeed condoned that particular irregular expenditure. So that particular 3-point-something million will actually be out of our books after we had actually gone through that particular process. Now, the question from Honorable Linde about what is it that we are doing to get these results improvements. That year on year, then we do show some improvement in terms of how we're doing things. One, we really take to heart what the AGSA says, and we follow up on those issues. And the manner in which we follow up, we don't leave those things to the functionaries or just to the junior officials to go and attend to those things and tick the boxes. We have a standing meeting, which we try as much as possible to make it weekly. I chair that particular meeting. If I'm not there, the CFO becomes the alternate chair of that particular meeting. We go through every single aspect of what the AGSA has actually indicated to us as areas of attention and areas of improvement and so on, through a proper detailed audit action plan, which is what the CFO was also alluding to. We require evidence for everything that is said to have actually been dealt with. But even in the provision of that particular evidence, we also bring in internal audit to go and audit whether that which has been provided is indeed what it is. We presented last year, including what we had to do, sending our own internal auditors also to go and interface with the internal auditors at the DBSA so that we could actually get to the gist of what the issues were. So those are some of the things. And we review our policy environment in terms of the control environment. We try to strengthen capacity as much as possible, but that was an area that at that particular point in time we were a little bit hamstrung, but it's an area that now we have got control, and we are making sure that all the necessary capacity in and around control environment is actually in place. But moreover, the most important thing is the tone, both from leadership as well as from management. Because when that tone is quite clear that we are consistent, so we treat everybody the same way. And the second thing is that in that particular treatment, and I'm going to talk for myself here as an accounting officer, Honorable Chairperson, I really want to state this for the record. When one is an accounting officer, the test of an accounting officer is whether one is consistent with what is required of that particular individual in terms of the law. Now, you would have instances where irregularities have been identified, fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been identified. It does not matter who it affects. And I will be very clear here. There are instances, DM will tell you, Minister will tell you, there are instances where there may be something that is attributed perhaps to a trip of the minister or a trip of the DM or trip of DG or trip of a DDG and so on. And there is a cancellation here or there's an overlimit there, and so all of that gets investigated. It doesn't matter who. And once it has been investigated, if there is amount due, it gets recovered from that particular individual, or the individual pays that particular money. Then there are issues where you're dealing with much bigger issues, not smaller issues. And these are issues where it's not only just fruitless and wastefulness. It's not just only irregularities, but investigations are pointing to possible issues of corruption. Now, when that is identified, action must ensue. I can tell you there's not going to be a single, Honorable Chairperson, there's not going to be a single accounting officer who's going to be popular when you are dealing with issues directly, confronting them head on. So I'm raising this because of the question that was raised by Honorable Ismail, and she speaks of bullying by the DG, to which I really honestly take exception, because this matter was firstly brought here previously. There were parliamentary questions that the Honorable Member did put to the Minister. Minister responded to those questions. And now I hear that there were questions that were put to the President. I didn't know about that. And the indication is that the President also responded to that. I will put it on record here that Minister appointed a senior counsel. And after appointing that senior counsel, a report from that senior counsel has been shared with myself. It's not my place to be able to state what the actual report content is and so on. But there is actually a report that clearly spells out everything. I'm restraining myself because of the position that I occupy. But this is something I would ordinarily even have actually read it out for the rest of South Africa to actually know what are the issues and what exactly is going on. But I will leave that to the minister, because it's really not necessarily my place. Now, as I'm speaking to you, there is an investigation underway currently, and that investigation is actually being conducted by the SIU. I've informed Minister about this, but we did it in a form of a secondment. And in some of the feedback that I got, SIU's indication is that the department must rather go the route of getting a proclamation. And in part, it's because they are not getting cooperation, they are getting pushback and resistance. Now, for us to be able to attend to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure carryovers, the remainder, the first ones, which Honorable Ismail would know because she's from the previous portfolio committee, the remainder of the previous ones, there's the previous ones, which was 104, but the remainder needs to be fully investigated as well. And once it has been investigated, the same processes that we have followed with the previous ones, if there is anyone who is found wanting, then they must then go through a DC process. If there is anyone who is found wanting in terms of money, then there must be a process of recovery, which gets done through the state attorney. And if there is any criminality that they have identified, that too must be subjected to the same process. It is tough to be an accounting officer. And I'm going to say this in Parliament today. I've said it in other structures within government. As a DG, I don't even have personal protection. And I have even started a process now to say I am requesting for an assessment on me as a person. I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I have to go through this. And I am saying these things as a person. I've never either involved myself, and I just to complete the record from the part of the input that was made by Honorable Mashavela. She's correct. I've actually declared not once, not twice before the portfolio committee that, yes, I do know Chief Matsila as a family friend. But what is not in that statement is the fact that I have also indicated that I have fully declared that relationship, fully. And that I fully recused myself from anything that had to do with Chief Matsila in as far as the department is concerned. I further went on to indicate that the project from beginning was handled by DDG Dr. Chetia, and I was not involved at all. She also confirmed same, but also documented proof was actually provided. So I'm saying these things because I'm still relatively young. I still have a career ahead of me. But when aspects such as bullying are synonymous with my name, and conflicts of interest synonymous with my name, when they don't exist, I do believe that in the end does make some damage to my own personal reputation. And I thought I should raise this before I get to the bigger issue of the Tourism Equity Fund, which has been raised, I think, by 2 or 3 members. There is, Honourable Chairperson, I think, a parliamentary question that was raised by one of the honourable members in writing to the minister with regards to this. And The long and short of it is that there are internal discussions as we speak that are not as yet concluded. And I do want to make a submission that upon conclusion, perhaps through DM, upon conclusion, perhaps the minister can then appraise the committee in writing to say these are the final developments and so on. What I can say is that we don't have an agreement with the PIC as we speak. The agreement with SIDFA, what had happened was that there was an intent to terminate, but that was withdrawn to request for the closeout report and to cede the fund to another implementing agent. And that is where we are in terms of those particular aspects and the modalities and so on. So it's not terminated. Obviously, we can't cede something that is terminated. So that's where we are at. But I am requesting that through the DM, that the minister would appraise the committee in writing once we've concluded the other processes, because there's also another party that is involved in the process as well. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Chair, I've raised my hand. I didn't want to intervene while the DG was speaking, if I may.
Honourable Ishmael, I'm not going to allow a back and forth. So let it be. You have made certain statements in the meeting.
It was on a point of clarity, Chair. I didn't want to call out a point of order while the DG was speaking.
I'll give you 2 minutes, Honourable Ishmael.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that in my question, I highlighted the allegations of bullying because it has come to our notice, but was not due to any disrespect to the DG. I feel his communication when he spoke today. But when something is brought to our attention, unfortunately, we have to raise it. But I just want to highlight the allegation, not where I'm saying this has happened. It's an allegation that has been brought, and therefore we're asking these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ishmael. From even what you are saying, it's still not clear what you are really saying. Let me just afford Honourable DM an opportunity for any responses. DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to DG and his team. I think they have made my life very easy because the respondent on most of the issues that has been raised by members and the Auditor General. But maybe let me start by responding to your question with regard to the Government Gazette for the advert for the appointment of the SAT board. Indeed, it's true. Unfortunately, the minister wasn't aware that she was going overseas, because I did raise the matter with her when she brought it to my attention, that she is intending to send out a government gazette in order for her to be able then to send out the advert for the appointment of the board. And I then advised the minister, or brought it into her attention, that the court date is the 14th, which is today. And can't we then wait for that? And the minister then said, I can't just sit and wait until that day. Let me, for the time being, try to do something so that I can send out this. But I'm not sure whether it has already been sent out, because I only received the document last week. I think it was on Friday, but unfortunately, as you know, that we were in KZN for the funeral of the former minister or ambassador. So when it reached my office, I was not in the office, and I couldn't meet with the minister because the minister was preparing to go abroad. And therefore, unfortunately, I can't give you a proper response. Only the minister can respond on that one. And the fact that you know that there is a gazette that has been then sent out, that it means that it has been gazetted. But I'm not sure whether it has been gazetted yet, because I'm sitting here with the document that I was supposed to have signed last week, Friday, but I wasn't here Friday. And secondly, let me go then to the question that was raised by, sitting with so many documents here, was raised by Honorable Ishmael to me with regard to, I think this question was raised when the Auditor-General was making a presentation with regard to the appointment of the CEO, the then CEO or the suspended CEO, whether what was my feeling or how did I feel for such a person to be appointed by the then board. The only time that I had information with regard to whatever that happened around the suspended CEO was when I read the legacy report from the 6th administration. But I wasn't aware that the current CEO is the one that they were referring to as the CFO of SAT. Because apparently she was the SAT CFO, and then later then appointed to be the CEO of the board. So to me, I wasn't sure whether it's the same person until I approached the former chairperson of the portfolio committee, that Deputy Minister Mohamed Hlala, and she explained the whole thing to me. So I'm not sure what was the motivation by the then board in deciding to appoint her, because I was not part of the department at that time. But well, that's all that I can respond to with regard to her appointment. But if one knew before that she's the CFO, that there are cases, as you know, there is the issue of the 1 billion and everything. Those things happened under her time when she was still a CFO. But I don't know what was the motivation that at the end the board then decided to appoint her as a CEO. And then lastly, I think DG responded on the issue that has to do with our contract with the SITFA, and also the closing of the report that the minister was waiting for from SITFA, and also the contract between ourselves and PIC. Indeed, we don't have a contract as yet with PIC. There are issues there that we need to get clarity on before we can sign that agreement with them or contract with them. But as the DG has said, that it's true, we did not cancel our agreement or contract with SITFA. It is put on hold. I had a meeting with the CEO of SITFA, and then he confirmed with me that no, it is put on hold, whilst then the minister was dealing with the whole issue of handing over the files and doing this and this and that. But of course, there is a feeling from us in the department that maybe we should talk to the minister and see whether we can let SIFA then continue with what they have started and finish that, so that when we get new applications, that those applications would go directly to the Public Investment Corporation. If there is a contract that then we will be signing with them. That's how far I can say. But also maybe the portfolio committee chairperson can also write to the minister, as you have suggested, Honorable Ishmael, that can write to the, I think it was the DG, that he can write to the minister and request for a written report, or even make presentation to the portfolio committee with regard to the standing between ourselves and SIFA and PIC and ourselves. I think that's how far I can go, Chair, because many of the things that I have noted are issues that has been responded to, and also the issue that was raised by Honorable Mashabel, or no, DG responded to that, that the issue of the lodge, Matsila Lodge. But I must say that my first meeting when I was appointed in this committee, this issue was raised by the honorable member to the portfolio committee then. And the chairperson, the late chairperson, because I went out and get my notes of last time when the late chairperson Lungi Kabash then said that I've got a report that or information that this matter was dealt with by the sixth administration. And I don't see any other thing that makes us reopen this matter. But then the DG then touched on those. Then I don't want to talk further on that one. But thank you very much, Chairperson. I think so far these are the issues that have been raised, and also issues that are directed to the Minister. The Minister can come and respond to those issues in a written form or make a presentation to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Let me just again take the opportunity to thank DG and the team for interacting with the questions that the honorable members have posed to yourselves on the annual report. And with that, I would just like to make some conclusions and on the way forward for the department. So I'd like to reiterate the commendation for the department in achieving a clean audit for the period under review. However, the department should implement the following measures to improve on the identified shortcomings. The Minister must table the Tourism Amendment Bill to Parliament in the next financial year. This is now non-negotiable as it affects the performance of both the department and the entity and the tourism sector as a whole. We need to engage with the Development Bank of South Africa to improve on the supply chain management as their missteps reflect badly on the audit outcomes of the department. The department must review the methodology of implementing its infrastructure projects, moving from many small low-impact projects to a few high-impact projects. The department should account for the multi-year projects that are not in the annual performance plan and attach an annexure when making quarterly reports to the committee. The department should continue prioritizing filling vacant positions in line with the cost containment measures. The department must ensure that the disbursement of Tourism Transformation Fund and the Tourism Equity Fund is expedited. The department must ensure
I'm not sure if it's only my side, but I can't hear the chair.
We can't hear her.
Can't hear her.
She's still on the platform.
I think she's off the platform. Let's just wait 1 second.
Disang, am I audible? I was kicked out of the meeting.
Yes, you are now audible, Chair. We had lost you.
Okay, apologies for that. That is when we are dealing with technology and we do not have physical meetings. The department must improve its focus on township tourism. The low-hanging fruit as a result of our oversight visit to Gauteng province is for the DG to send his destination development team to the Soweto Hotel to do an assessment of what can be done. The interventions that may be readily available are the Green Tourism Incentive Program, the Market Access Program, and grading support. The department must report regularly on the assistance offered to this facility. Equally important is for the destination development personnel of the department to work closely with the Gauteng province on the whole precinct development initiative around the Soweto Hotel. The committee is implementing an oversight priority plan for Parliament. I have written to the Minister in this regard, requesting information on a quarterly basis per the dates provided. The Director-General is requested to ensure that the information requested is provided timeously to allow the committee to compile its report or tabling to the National Assembly. The issue of cost containment measures is acknowledged and the required concurrence with the Department of Public Service and Administration. However, the department must start the process early to allow sufficient time to fill the vacant posts. The department must provide updates on the cases opened with law enforcement agencies as a standing item whenever quarterly reports are made to the committee. So those are my final conclusions and the way forward. Honourable members, we will afford you a 30-minute break so that in the next 30 minutes, that we will be back in the next 30 minutes. It's 1 p.m. on the dot. That we will be back in at 1:30, and then we will then have the presentation by South African Tourism, and then followed by the deliberations and some concluding remarks. Thank you, honourable members, and everyone on the platform. You have half an hour.
Thank you, Chair. See you later.
Good day, Daryl.
Daryl, how are you?
I'm well, and you?
Good, thank you.
Yes, I've made you a co-host now, so you will be able to share the presentation.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you.
Are all members back on the platform?
Yeah, we are in, Chair. I'm in.
Yeah, we are back.
Thank you, Honorable Licharaban Butalezi.
Hi, I'm here as well.
Thank you, Honorable Ishmael. Okay.
Afternoon, Chair. The team from South African Tourism is all in one room, so we are online, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
I'm also back, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Basson.
I'm also back, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tlongo. Honorable Mashabela, are you here?
I am here, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutli. Okay, it's past. Let us proceed. We will now receive a briefing by South African Tourism on the annual report and financial statements for 2024-25. And as the acting CEO have indicated, he and the team is here. So over to you, acting CEO, Mr. Erasmus.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members, DM and DG. I think if you allow me, I just would like our chairperson, Dr. Mazito, just to do an introduction before we get stuck into the presentation. So I'm just going to allow him to just introduce himself to the committee and to yourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Greetings. Can you hear me, Dara?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
I am having difficulties with the video, but greetings to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable PC, Polity Committee members, and Portfolio Committee members, and the Deputy Minister of Tourism, and the DG of the Department of Tourism. I would like to say hi. And as well as I would also like to confirm and say that we've read the AG report and presentation, and we've noted all the major issues that have been identified relating to SAT, particularly around unqualified audits, vacancies, consequence management, suspensions of certain key executive roles, irregular expenditure, and culture. So all these matters that have been raised are matters that, as the interim board, are taking serious, and will make sure that we track them, we improve them, and we fix them as well. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Daryl.
Over to you, Daryl.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again to yourself, Honourable Chair, and Honourable members, to Deputy Minister, to DG, and to our board chairperson, and all the colleagues on the call. If I may, before we start, I'd just like to acknowledge and appreciate the visit that we had from the members of the Portfolio Committee to Bojanal House last week. The team were very grateful for the opportunity to engage with members of the committee, and also very appreciative of the support and the encouragement that was provided to the extended team during the course of that visit. So we just want to acknowledge it again on record and thank you for the visit. Chair, I'm going to switch my video off again, as the other presenters have done, and share the presentation. If I can just, Disang, if you can just confirm for me that the presentation is visible, please.
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. So, Chair, as with taking the lead from the DG and other presentations today, we're going to go through the presentation, which is a summary of our annual report. We're not going to represent the information that has already been presented by the AG. In terms of presenting this particular report, it will be done by myself with the support of the CFO. I just want to confirm as well that I am in the boardroom with the rest of the executive team members. So when we get to the deliberations and questions, some of the questions may be directed to members of the executive team. As mentioned, Chair, the first slide speaks to the audit outcome by the Auditor-General. We're not going to go into detail, but just to put on record that the entity received a qualified audit for the year 2024-25, and the reasons for that qualification are listed on this page. I do want to bring to the attention of the committee down the bottom, we have had a commendation from the Auditor-General for the last 2 years, and that is particularly pertaining to the case that there were no findings on the reported performance information. So whilst there have been some findings on other matters, in specific reference to the way in which we are reporting on our performance numbers, we've had a clean audit outcome in terms of performance information. So we're confident that the way in which we are monitoring ourselves and controlling and reporting on the way in which we are performing is of the highest standard, and we have had those commendations from the Auditor-General. I want to just, if I may, Chair, start off with the tourism sector performance, and particularly in this slide referring to international. In the year 2024-25, as a destination, we did see an upswing and an uptick in international tourist arrivals. We peaked out at 9.1 million tourist arrivals for the year, which was a positive growth number of 2.8% year on year. The big contributors to this growth continue to be the rest of Africa region, contributing 6.9 million arrivals, Europe contributing 1.3 million arrivals, which is the second largest, and then the remaining 500,000 is the US arrivals, and then the remaining of the international markets. The rest of Africa contributes 76% of total arrivals, and Europe, as you mentioned, accounting for in the region of 14%. If you look at the direct spend as a result of these international arrivals in the year of 2024-25, it declined slightly from the prior year by 2.5%. But it was also important to mention, when you look at the statistics, that whilst Africa, or the rest of Africa and Europe, make up 90%, just over 90% of our inbound international arrivals, the Africa component of the direct spend only accounts for about 40%. You can see Europe, which makes up 14% in terms of arrivals, is accounting for about 30% of total spend. So just giving you different dynamics to the different markets, and we track this very closely and report on it as well. I'm going to move on to the domestic market. The domestic market, very pleased to be able to report that for the financial year 2024-25, domestic overnight travel continued on its upward trajectory. 40 million trips were recorded in the year, up on the 37.7 million for the previous year, which represents a 6.1% increase. In terms of overnight travel spend, that grew by 7.6%, rising from 123.8 billion in 2023-24 to 133 billion in the year 2024-25. Now, important also to note on this slide, Chair and honourable members, is we did see a slight decline in the number of overnight holiday trips between the 2023-24 and 24-25 years. But whilst we did see a slight decline in terms of the number of holiday trips, the actual spend that is attributed to that particular travel and those holidays did grow by 7.9%. So when looking at the indicators and looking at the data, it's evident that whilst we might have fewer holiday trips out of the bigger domestic overnight travel percentage, those holiday trips are actually spending more. They could be spending more because they're staying longer. They could be opting for more premium experiences, and there could also obviously be an implication in terms of the rising costs associated with travel. So worth mentioning. In terms of non-financial performance, South African tourism has 5 budget programs. The budget programs are listed on the left-hand side. Corporate support, we have business enablement. We also have program 3, which is our leisure marketing. That's both the South African operation here at Boshanala House, but also refers to our tourism execution units, which are responsible for the localization of all of our marketing efforts in country. We have business tourism, which is the work of the South African National Convention Bureau. And then lastly, we have program 5, which members would be aware is the work of the Tourism Grading Council, amongst others. I do also want to mention, and again, just give thanks to the Auditor-General, who acknowledged the improvement in South African tourism's performance. In the year of 2023-24, we achieved 78%, just over 78% of our targets, and that has climbed by just over 10% for the 2024-25 year. Also worth mentioning that as we prepare to come and present to Parliament in terms of performance of our Q1 and Q2, I'm very pleased to say that the commitment of this team, as well as the larger organization, to achieving these targets. Q1 we closed out for 2025-26 at 98% achieved, and Q2 it closed out at 96%. So I think just giving the portfolio committee and members the confirmation and the comfort that we are making big strides within the organization to make sure that the targets that we have set for ourselves in our annual performance plans are being met and being chased with all the might that we have. Moving over to program 1, again reporting on 2024-25 as a financial year. The program delivered 7 out of the 9 planned targets, which attributed to 78%. Some of the achievements that were made in the corporate support space for the financial year: first and foremost, Operation Clean Audit. We implemented a program called Operation Clean Audit, basically governed or grounded on trying to improve the audit outcomes by strengthening internal controls. I know the Auditor-General spoke to that, and I'm sure the CFO will allude to that in some upcoming commentary. As part of improving that internal control environment, we're very pleased to report that for the year, 100% of compliant invoices were paid within the 30 days of receipt. Also, the supply chain team had a number of engagements and a number of actions where they, for the rest of the organization, did some ethics and integrity initiatives and training. We had the budget optimization strategy, which was implemented and reviewed to ensure that optimal financial management is carried out throughout the organization. Then also, corporate support speaks to the work that we do in the human capital space, and we have already commenced work and I'll continue to do work in the staff engagement space. Our staff engagement survey, the 2-year implementation plan, continued to be implemented, and these are improving and adding to staff engagement levels, but also attributing to the very important need of employee well-being. The organizational effectiveness assessment 3-year improvement plan also continued to be implemented in the year. This is our effort to drive an improvement in organizational culture. We've also driving the mandate or driving the commitment to leadership development. One of the things we have been very clear to do in the past months is to completely and totally capacitate the human capital team. That includes learning and development, so that we continue to drive this operational and organizational effectiveness with the support of the entire human capital team. From an ICT perspective, which also forms part of the corporate support team, the 2024-25 roadmap for ICT governance framework was also implemented, focusing on things like automation of legacy systems within the organization. In terms of business enablement for the year, again, 2024-25, 6 of the 6 targets that we had set ourselves, 5 were met. This largely speaks to the work that the strategic insights and analytics team do, as well as some work that is done around the digitization in the Digitech space. In terms of achievements during the course of the year, comprehensive market research studies were concluded, gathering data from 5 tourism information tracking surveys. We also have made very significant leaps forward in the way in which we treat and manage big data and the integration thereof into the work that South African tourism does. This is helping us stay at the forefront of the tourism analytics space, but is also helping us make real-time decisions in the way in which we invest. So again, members would be familiar with the market prioritization investment framework. Using big data to inform these particular models is critical to the way in which we get return on investment for the investments we make in various markets. The team also responsible for publishing thought leadership pieces. In the year under question, we had a target of 10, and very pleased to say the team were able to achieve a target, but also exceeded by 4. So 14 thought leadership pieces were developed during the course of the year and distributed to the wider trade and media. Those particular pieces covered anything from the economic impact assessments of some of the shows that we have, the job situation within the sector, the importance of SMMEs. We also had some pieces relating to airlift and connectivity and the insights thereof, as well as wildlife, adventure, tourism, and also some interesting information and studies done into the space of halal travel. Also in this particular program, point 4 tourism statistics reports and performance reports were produced. And then also the 3-year roadmap that we had developed in terms of the integrated digital and analytics operating framework was implemented by our Digitech team. If we move over to program 3, leisure tourism, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, leisure tourism is not just the brand and marketing team within the South African context. It's also our tourism execution teams, which reside in the country offices and are responsible for localization and the implementation of our brand campaigns, both from a brand affinity perspective, but also from a channel and channel initiative perspective. In the year 2024-25, 15 of the 16 targets were met, so a total of 94%. First and foremost, the development of our integrated tourism brand strategy was achieved. It is the cornerstone of the work that we do about positioning South African tourism's brand with global best practices, fostering things like inclusivity, but also making sure that we enhance our global competitiveness. The second one there is our Tourism Economic Impact Communication Plan that was also implemented in the year, as was the Global Public Relations and Communications Plan, which is about really working with our international teams, the relevant media partners, in order to attract and also position South Africa as the safe destination it is to the global audience. The rest of the items on this page, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, speaks to the localization work that is done. You can see from point 4 down to point 15, it speaks to the number of localized brand campaigns that are taking place across all the regions, as well as the channel initiatives. And just to give some context to these channel initiatives, these are initiatives where we partner with resellers in the trade partners in the different regions, in order to really uplift and to incentivize them working with us to sell South Africa to a much larger consumer base. Moving over to the fourth one, which is program 4, business tourism. This is our shining star, the business tourism, and this is the work, as I mentioned, done by the South African National Convention Bureau. The program had 8 targets rather for the year, and I'm pleased to say that 100% of those targets were met. Some of the activities and achievements that the South African National Convention Bureau have met is the deployment of the global B2B campaign, which is about positioning South Africa as this world-class venue to host international business events. We position that and use our exceptional people, specifically people who are thought leaders and industry pioneers, to really create global conversations about how this thought leadership can impact on hosting of international events in South Africa. In terms of the domestic B2B campaign, we do a lot of work around how do we get the business events to be held in our villages, in our townships, and our small dorpies. And when we talk to the numbers in a second, you'll see the number that we have managed to achieve for the year. Since the beginning of the last fiscal, the team managed to submit over 100 bids, total of 104. The team only had a target of 93, which again speaks to the overachievement. Very, very important to mention as well in point 4 is the anticipated economic impact of those 104 bids is well in excess of 1.6 billion rand. It also speaks to the number of potential delegates that those events will attract to the South African soil. In this particular case, just over 61,000 potential international and regional delegates. I spoke about VTSDs, or the villages, townships, and small dorpies. The team hosted 9 total of business events in the smaller places, in the smaller sort of second-tier cities. This exceeded the target that we had of 5. Collectively, the impact on those particular areas were the presence of almost 1,500 delegates, collectively contributing to almost 35 or 34 delegate days, as well as an economic impact just over 13 million rand to those particular small villages, towns, and dorpies. In addition, this team is responsible for, through the strategic platforms units, the delivery of Africa's Travel Indaba as well as Meetings Africa. So this was Africa's Travel Indaba 2024, not this year, because again, we speak into the 2024-25 year, and also speaks to the delivery of Meetings Africa 2025. In the pack that has been distributed, you will be able to see the numbers that are associated with each of those events, and we track them very closely in order to make sure we are growing and developing these particular events on an annual basis. Down the bottom, participation in strategic platforms. South African tourism created platforms in the global space, such as ITB and IMEX and Arabian Travel Market, in which we facilitate platforms where the trade and SMMEs are able to engage on these international platforms with potential buyers to secure a pipeline of business for South Africa in the business tourism space. And then finally, to moving over to the visitor experience space, this is where the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa sits, together with all the training and development. In this particular program, 2 of the 3 targets were met, so a total of 67%. The key achievements here, the 3-year tourism value chain strategy and roadmap was implemented, working very closely with our different collaboration partners. We've got memorandums of agreement with different associations to help us in the execution of this work. Also worth mentioning the welcome activations, which is training that we do with various different key industry partners. We've trained just short of 550 frontline staff who've been trained across the country's 3 main airports and the cruise terminal in the welcome training facility. Then also from a global trade perspective, we've outlined the work that gets done in the collaboration space with global stakeholders. We've also referenced the tourism route development plan and the work that's been done, particularly pertaining to airlift. I'm going to move on to page 12, which then begins to look at the challenges we had in terms of the target and the actual target which we achieved. In the corporate support space, the first target which was not achieved was the improved risk maturity level. And in this particular year, the maturity assessment was not conducted, largely down to the lack of capacity within the organization. I will add that part of the mitigation actions was to capacitate this particular part of the business, and I am pleased to say that a recruitment process for the risk and compliance officer has been concluded. The offer has been extended to an individual, and we are just waiting for that individual to conclude their notice period before they join the organization in the next few weeks. Also, in terms of corporate support, we are targeted to complete 100% implementation of the valid audit recommendations. 73% was achieved. Also, just to reassure members of this committee, yourself, Chair, that management are making sure to conclude all of these outstanding findings in this financial year, and there's an enormous amount of work happening within the organization collectively from an exco and management perspective to make sure these are all addressed. Business enablement, the target speaks to the South African Tourism Corporate Brand Index, and there was a targeted score of 74.24%. In the year under question, we managed to achieve a 66.9%, which indicates an underachievement. There are a number of reasons for the deviation. In the particular report that has been provided to us, there are aspects pertaining to things like responsiveness, communication, and the way in which we go about forming partnerships. To mitigate this particular action, the executive team, together with the management team, have crafted a stakeholder engagement strategy, and that is going to be implemented during the 25-26 year in order to try and drive and improve our corporate brand index. In terms of the leisure tourism marketing, the goal was to, in the 2024-25 global tourism brand campaign implemented. We actually had the campaign was launched, but it had yet to be actually implemented to its fullest extent. So as a mitigating factor, we continue during the course of 2025-26 to implement the full global brand campaign. And then the final one, in terms of the missed targets, was the target of 5,000 graded establishments by the Visitor Experience and the Grading Council team. For the year in question, they achieved 4,586 graded establishments. The team also have put a lot of work into looking at the potential of the sector, working with the sector to make sure that they've realigned targets that are realistic, but more importantly, doing a lot of work with the provinces as well to make sure that the value of grading is positioned within the provinces and within all those different trade partners that are active in the provinces. I'm going to hand over, Chair, just to the CFO to take you through the revenue collection as well as the expenditure by program.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Deputy Minister, the DG, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. I will take through the committee on the finance aspect, which is the revenue collection. We had budgeted, so there was comparative of the 23-24 and 24-25, but I will dwell much on the 24-25, which is under review. We received the subsidy of 1.2 billion, as the department had also alluded on their presentation. And we had also estimated or budgeted 65 million on the sundry income. This one includes the interest on positive balance and also the exhibition management, such as the Meetings Africa and the ATI. We then collected 166 with a difference of over 100 million, which is part of the collection. On this target, we overachieve in terms of the earlier budget. In terms of the grading, there was a budget of, it was budgeted for 13 million, but we end up collecting 25 with a difference of 11 million in terms of the grading income. As much as in terms of the performance, in terms of the number of establishments, there was also positive from the collection side. And also it's important to highlight that we noted also the chairperson mentioned the issue of the free grading, which is still a process, but however, as part of the initiative to ensure that we have more graded establishment, we had a free February and free March 2025 in terms of getting the establishment graded free. And through that process, we had about more than around 600 application, and 300 were approved from those. And there are still work that the department or the unit is working to ensure that we can get more credible establishment. In terms of the TOMSA, we did not receive from what has been budgeted for, but the SAT and TBCSA are still in engagement in terms of resolving that. In total, from what we have estimated, we have over by 3 million in terms of what we had budgeted for versus what we actually received. Expenditure. In terms of the expenditure on program 1, again on the 24-25, we had a difference of 12 million, which is also due to the vacancies that exist within the organization, as it has been flagged as one of the key area even by the Auditor-General. And we are working in terms of closing off those within this period for the 25-26. And there was also risk, as the acting CEO highlighted, the issue of the risk, which had an impact in terms of the performance. We have now also recruited in terms of establishing that risk space. On program 2, we had budgeted 82, but end up spending 73. And key issue on this is that as part of the initiative in terms of working around budget optimization, was that there were a lot of activities that are currently done in-house instead of relying or having service provider in terms of addressing things like the thought leadership, which is one of the area that we are doing well in that. In terms of program 3, we had budgeted 774, and unfortunately we had 1 million just under in terms of the spend, and which is also again attributed to the late implementation of the GBC. However, there were a lot of also activities that were happening in terms of ensuring that we still market South Africa as the best destination. On program 4, we had planned or budgeted for 269, but ended up spending 259, which is just roughly under 10 M. In terms of this space is also due to how, again, the budget optimization and including the procurement process in ensuring that we also monitor the spend, and that also resulted to a lesser spend in terms of the program 4. And lastly, we then had tourist experience where there was budget of 80 million, but we then end up spending 70. And with the 10, again, it's also due to the areas in terms of review, how we are spending, and ensuring that we are optimal in our spend. And key to also highlight is the issue that the Auditor General has highlighted, and as part of implementing, as also our board chair has highlighted, that we have already had engagement with the Auditor General in ensuring that we start early in terms of addressing the issues that have been identified, and considering that there was also a lot of work that already in place. The team, set team, Finance also will be meeting the Auditor General next week on the 20th of October as part of the debrief and building up for the next audit, and including the plan that the AG had highlighted on addressing that we can then have the interim audit that will also clear out a lot of issues than having at the end, which again, time becomes an enemy. And also in addressing, lastly, in terms of the findings or the issues that were already identified, we're already in check in terms of ensuring that we are completing all the findings before year end in relation to the AG, which will also be testament when we are working on the interim audit with the AG before the normal start of the audit. And with that, we'll take back to the acting CEO to proceed with the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Takalani. Next slide, Chair and Honourable Members, speaks to employment and vacancies, and just recognizing the comments that we had from the Portfolio Committee when they were with us last week during the oversight visit, but also just referencing the comments that were made earlier today. We are well aware of the challenges in terms of our vacancy rate. As you can see from the report down the bottom, we're currently operating within the region of 160 employees within a staff complement or an approved staff complement of 202. Also down at the bottom, the report indicates which of the particular programs are most affected by this vacancy rate, but also at an occupational level, your top management senior level are definitely your highest impacted. I think just to give this this committee comfort, one of the intentional actions that we took in the last couple of months was to capacitate our human capital team to the fullest, and that was to ensure that we have the resources internally to run these recruitment processes. We've also, from a recruitment perspective, identified key critical tasks, which we have presented to our HC Remco, as well as putting these into a recruitment pipeline so we can track how quickly we are able to secure the services of and the skills and capabilities of the people that we desperately need. In terms of senior leadership, I know that the committee has again spoken to the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Audit Executive, as well as the Chief Convention Bureau Officer. Very pleased to report that the Chief Convention Bureau Officer has almost concluded. We are at offer stage, so we are just engaging with the preferred candidate to try and conclude that particular appointment. In terms of the Chief Audit Executive, again, very pleased to make mention of the fact that we have final round interviews for a Chief Audit Executive tomorrow with the participation of members of the board on that panel. And then from a CFO perspective, the actual advertisements have been concluded. The shortlisting will be concluded tomorrow, and we anticipate doing interviews in the next couple of weeks to make sure we expedite that process as well. We have put all of these different recruitment pipelines, as well as the commitment to filling these executive vacancies, in a submission to our board, which has, I believe, been shared with the Minister. It has got target dates in it, so we are holding everybody in the organisation who is responsible for this recruitment to the particular deadlines, because we understand the urgency associated with this recruitment. In terms of our equity targets and employment equity statistics, This highlights the different levels within the organization versus the race, gender, and occupational levels. We have for each of them very specific set employment equity targets. You will see from the report there are some shortcomings. For example, we have a shortage of Indian males and females, and some are unrepresented at senior and top management level. Whilst we have got, generally close to target representation for some of the other designated groups. We are very cognizant of this. We have very targeted recruitment strategies, and when we go about issuing hiring vacancies or vacancy advertisements, we are very clear to make sure that we are doing so in accordance with the targets we have from an employment equity status perspective. Moving then to the governance space, this is just taking the members of the committee through the board committees as well as the number of meetings that they held during the 2024-25 year. You can see that the board held a number of meetings as well as all the different meeting totals for the subcommittees. Again, just an excerpt from the annual report. In terms of the audit outcome, the qualified audit outcome, I don't know, CFO, if you want to speak to any of these particularly to give additional context.
Honorable members, I think what we will also do as part of the debrief that we have highlighted, we already started or commenced with the process of the audit recommendation, and which will be part of the discussion. We will be presenting to the PC in the next session that we will have in terms of how we are addressing the qualification area that have been highlighted by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. And then Chair and Honourable Members, just in conclusion, an outlook for 2025-26. And I think most important just to reiterate and to commit ourselves as South African tourism to fulfilling our mandate to promote South Africa both globally and locally, to increase tourism arrivals. That I think even in spite of the challenges we have, both in terms of filling vacancies and others, the board's commitment and the commitment of leadership within the organisation to making sure that we deliver on these mandates is imperative. We're going to do so with various different partnerships with different members of the trade to make sure that we really improve connectivity, we increase the number of bookings, but also we make sure that the travel to South Africa is as seamless as possible. Distribution channel initiatives, as I said, these are largely in the domestic market, but also taking place in all of the markets around the world where we have offices. We work very closely with all of the trade in those markets to promote South Africa and the packaging of South Africa. From a domestic tourism perspective, again, focusing on growing the number of holiday trips is critical. Promoting things like geographic spread, very important from a domestic tourism perspective to make sure that together with the provincial tourism associations, together with the local tourism associations, we encourage tourism into the rural areas and those that are unrepresented, because we know that these are, the tourism activity in these areas are able to stimulate local economies, but also provide for more inclusive tourism opportunities. Inclusivity is going to be prioritized. It will be a continued focus of ours, ensuring that we support the villages, the townships, the small dorpies through things like events where they have the capacity and the capabilities to host these events. We're also going to continue to work very hard to make sure our own platforms and strategic platforms of Meetings Africa and Africa's Travel Indaba are developed into and continue to be offered as world-class business events and leisure tourism events. I'm very pleased also to report that the dates already for those events for next year have been announced, so have the host cities. In addition to that, we continue with our bidding, which is building a pipeline to secure business events for South Africa. We have a target of 105 for the 25-26 year, and working very closely again with all of the different partners in the business event space to ensure we secure as many of those bids as possible. From a quality assurance perspective, the work that is done by and led by the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa, the aim here is to grade a minimum of 4,500 properties in the 2025-26 year. I know that the Chief Quality Assurance Officer is confident that these numbers will be achieved this year and is doing a significant amount of work with both associations and trade partners, but also the provincial tourism bodies to make sure that we drive the quality assurance mandates across the country. And then from a tourism route development process, Again, there's a lot of work taking place there. There have been some significant moves in the last couple of weeks in terms of finalizing that process. And then lastly, working together with the public sector. I know that our minister is very adamant that we do tourism together with the private and public sector, and making sure that we have partnerships across the two to ensure that we deliver effective tourism strategies that are going to benefit the South African economy and, more importantly, create jobs for the South African people. Chair, I'm going to leave it at that and then hand back to yourself in order to facilitate any questions of clarity or comments that the committee may have. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Erasmus. Honourable members, this is your opportunity now to interact with the presentation made by SAT. I will note hands, honourable members. Honourable Ligaraba, followed by Honourable Linda, followed by Honourable Ishmael, followed by Honourable Moodley, followed by Honourable Flongo, Honourable Mashabela,
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I don't see your hand, but we know the issue that you are facing in terms of raising your hand. Would you also like to come in here?
Yes, please.
Okay, Chair. I've promoted you to Chair nogal. Okay, Honourable Mashabela. Let's Honourable Ligaraba.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Through you, Chair, I would like to refer to DM as she's been delegated. Or I wish the minister was here to listen to us as the portfolio committee debating on the last financial year report. Her presence would have been highly appreciated. As we are seated here today, Chair, with a qualified audit opinion, which I can say we brought upon ourselves. The SAT gave us an annual plan. They set their own targets. We gave them budget. At the end, the SAT received 62%. The AG mentioned several issues, including instability, lack of leadership, unfiled vacancies, poor financial statements, poor record keeping, which were also mentioned in the financial year 2023-2024, but with no improvement. Instead of implementing the remedial actions recommended by the AG in the last financial year report, we see boards being dissolved and appointed every now and then. Let me go straight to my question, Chair. You'll remember, Chair, today, as members of this portfolio committee, we are still waiting for the rail report stating the reason for the dissolution of the board. When will this be finished to the portfolio committee? Are the delays justified are they bordering or insubordination and intransparency of the minister? We have been waiting for the annexures that she presented that day when we were at Good Hope. Even today, we are still hung up. Where are the documents? Having concealed in the APP that the reputation of the entity is deteriorating due to poor governance, as the AG officers indicated this morning, poor governance predating this 7th administration. What foresighted plans does the minister and SA team have to salvage this, as it has potential to impact on the credibility of the entity and the brand it represents, which is brand SA. In the previous financial term, SAT, they receive a qualified audit opinion with findings on compliance with key legislation and due to unstable governance, as the AG has indicated this morning, and a number of vacant posts, as I've alluded when I do my preamble. This cycle also reflects a qualified audit outcome based on material irregularities and a neglect of proper reporting standards following the Public Finance Management Act, amongst others. What actionable plans do you have in place to ensure that the entity rectifies all the mishappenings with the continued instability that in the governance of the entity? How are you showing commitment to the South Africans that SAT is not heading down the road of other entities such as SAA and SAPO and others, many others? What is the real reason for the entity inability to adhere to ethical governance practices and follow code of good governance? Chair, some of us will grow up always wanting to impress our parents, knowing that whatever I do as a child, it represents how I was raised. If the child behavior is uncalled for, the community will always say she copied it from the parents. But here it's different. The parents are doing well, but the child keeps on embarrassing the parents outside there. And then for SAT to perform better, we want to see strategic vacant position filled and all the recommendation of the special investigation report to be implemented in no time. Chair, I'm tempted to comment on the performance reporting format of the NDT compared to this one of the SAT. I think last financial year we raised it, and there was great improvement on that. This one, the one of the NDT is very smart, but this one, it's more of long sentences and all these other things. For us politicians, we want something that is very smart. Those targets must be seen. Targets on destination was 5, then we were able to achieve this. Not written in long sentences, and I think it's from page 4 until page 9, if I'm not mistaken. If someone can refer to. Chairperson, we have to tighten up our oversight, and those who are doing wrong must account from now going on. Otherwise, the entity will go down the drain, as others that I've made into example with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kharaba. Honorable Linda.
Well, Chair, thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, let me first congratulate Mr. Erasmus on his appointment, and thank you very much for the presentation. Chairperson, I think we can recommend SAT, or at least acknowledge the reported growth in the international tourist arrivals and also the increase in domestic holiday spend to 61 billion. And we note that the Shoot Left campaign was actually positive in our country. So there's also a slight improvement in the audit outcome from the qualified opinion in 2023-24 to an unqualified opinion now. It's actually it's commendable. It's actually moving in the right direction. But Chair, there are still a lot of concerns that we have, and I would like to continue to where Mr. Erasmus spoke about the vacancy rate. Yes, 22% vacancy rate, it's really not good. But I want to thank you for assuring us on these vacancies that they are in process to be filled, and I trust that you will report to us as soon as those appointments are finalized. Chairperson, also Mr. Erasmus touched on the corporate brand index. It fell to 66.9%, and the target was 74.2%. So it's a notable decline in responsiveness and partnership formation. So this reflects a growing distrust and dissatisfaction amongst the South African stakeholders. So my question is, what specific measurable actions will be taken to repair these broken relationships, particularly with the local industry partners who feel ignored and unsupported? Chair, on the financial, I claim it's financial mismanagement. The spending, the surplus of 75 million rand. What accountability will there be for this failure in project execution and the financial planning? Chairperson, on the failure to meet the targets, how many establishment, the grading targets, how many establishments were graded during February and March when we did the project for free grading? And will SIT in another program for free establishment gradings next year? Honourable Chairperson, my last two comments and questions is the high staff turnover. With a 71% staff attrition rate due to resignations and a 60% turnover in top management, I think there's an internal crisis in the entity. So what is the root cause of this exodus of talent, and what is being done to create a stable, professional and attractive work environment to keep people at SIT? Chairperson, my last comment is on the audit findings and the poor performance. My comment is, while the report lists numerous underperformances and acknowledges that only 73% of all findings were addressed instead of 91%, we need to understand that the consequences for management failures need to be communicated to us. So who has been held accountable for the failed global campaign? Accountability, this underperformance will just continue. So is there people being held accountable, and can we have detail on that? Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again. I think it's my turn.
Thank you, Honourable Linda. Honourable Ishmael.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't aware. I thought we'll just flow, but thank you, Chair. Good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to all the members of SAT and everyone present. When it comes to SAT, it's quite, sensitive matter. I think I just want to highlight again, and I want to ask again specifically, DM, do you think it is wise and appropriate to move to appoint a new board prior to the, dissolved board court case being settled? I'm just worried about timeframes and how this will actually affect, SAT in the long run. Secondly, I want to concur with the first honourable member that spoke. As portfolio committee members, we like to work in conjunction and with the department and with the entity and with the minister and have a good, working relationship. But it's very sad, and it's very, it's really not a nice environment to be able to be saying that, we have to be begging for information. I mean, the portfolio committee where we had the minister, the deputy minister, SAT, the dissolved board members, we had everybody there, and we asked a lot of questions to the minister, and she alluded to many documents that were presumably in front of her. And she gave us undertaking that those documents, especially the legal advice that she sought, will be made available to the portfolio committee so that we can be, on top of things, and we can actually understand the decisions that she took and, the responses and everything therefrom, to make us understand why exactly certain actions were taken. And it's, we still haven't received that legal advice. And for me, that is just very, very, you know, it just doesn't leave a good taste in the mouth. It's very bitter. And I would like to know when we are going to be getting that information, because it is something that we, as our constitution states, you know, as portfolio committee members, our job is to do oversight. And we need to make sure that, you know, everything we're doing oversight on in the right and proper manner. And it's unfortunate that in this case, you know, we're not getting the buy-in from the minister's office to be able to give us those documents so that we can effectively do our job. So I'm again putting out a plea on this platform to say, I know the minister is not here. The DM is here. Thank you, DM, for taking the time to be here. However, you know, the Minister Patricia de Lille at that time stated that the official in her department will be able to send that to the chairperson's office, and we're still waiting for it. I wonder if this can be expedited. Going to my third point is the vacancies. You know, I think the acting COO has already, you know, tried to respond on that. But it is very concerning when you're having acting positions and lots of vacancies. I'm also keen to await for the next report back to say, you know, how many of these vacancies have actually been filled, because I see, you know, there's quite a few that you've stated here. You know, the shortlistings are there, interviews in the next 2 weeks, etc., etc. And chief audit executive, something to do but tomorrow. So basically, I see the same timelines and timeframes there. We look forward to the next reporting of how many of these vacancies have actually been filled. My next question, there's been an under expenditure of 42.6 million rand by SAT. Now, the job of SAT is to promote South Africa as a destination, you know, whether it be domestic and international. Why were these monies not actually spent appropriately to market South Africa, both domestically and internationally? You know, we always cry we want more budget, we want more budget, but here we have budget and we're not even spending the budget. So please advise, you know, why has this not been done? And then my next question, you know, with regard to what the AG highlighted regarding material irregularities and the importance of consequence management on officials, and in this case, the suspended CEO. What has been done to ensure that these monies are actually accounted for? We want you to, basically, I want you to tell me, I want you to be transparent and tell me how is these monies been accounted for and what are the steps going forward? And then, here, can SAT actually confirm that you fully implemented the audit action plan? I think this is very important, because if the audit action plan has actually been implemented correctly, we wouldn't have these unqualified audits, you know, going on. And this is a matter of concern. And I think if we don't arrest this and do this immediately, we're not going to be reaching the qualified audit outcomes that we want. So please advise. And then, you know, there's been comments over and over and over again with regard to non-compliant financial submissions. What are you doing to ensure that internal audit controls are in place and that you have the necessary internal capacity to compile and submit proper financial statements as required for audits, you know, and to make sure that these are accurate and these disclosures are actually appropriate so that the AGSA does not give us explanations to say that, you know, the financial submissions have not been done appropriately or accurately. I mean, we even asked the AG, what are you doing to assist SAT? And they told us that no, just, you know, even prior to when these need to be submitted, they actually come in and assist you. So please advise us, what are you going to be doing differently to ensure that this does not come up again, you know, where we're seeing the same problems over and over again. Now, with regard to the TOMSA levies, can the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding with the TBCSA and the department or SAT be made available to the committee? I mean, can you advise if the TOMSA levies are still being withheld by TBSA, or have they now released these levies to SAT? Give us a brief on what's going on, because obviously what has happened in the media previously, even with some discussions with certain members of the TBCSA, I mean, there was some disgruntled with regard to the decision taken by the minister. But the minister has stated clearly to us in, I think, quite a few portfolio committee meetings that she's talking to TBCSA, and, you know, I mean, if that is so, has these TOMSA levies actually been given now to SAT? Please advise. And then with regard to the grading of establishments, my colleague has actually stated quite a bit. I just wanted to know how far and wide have you actually reached out to advise establishments of the free grading available? I mean, you know, we would like each and every establishment to be graded. Obviously, we know it's free. So how far are you actually reaching to make sure that more and more establishments are actually coming to the floor, you know, to the fore, actually understanding this is free and it's actually going to be a very good concept for everybody? And then I think to the last two questions, the penultimate question of mine, why did you split quotations to avoid competition, you know, the competition bidding process? You know, this leads to irregular expenditure. So why do you act in a way that, you know, leads to irregular and expenditure? I mean, why don't you just adhere to the regulations as per requirement of the PFMA? And then my last one again, why did you not comply with the delegation of authority again? You appointed a bid specification committee and a bid evaluations committee, again, not in accordance with the delegation of authority. You know, when we read all this, and it just opens up a can of worms, and then we start worrying, you know, is this, you know, this raises questions of corruption, of possible corruption. So I'm just trying to understand, why do you act in a manner that can open up a can of worms and does not comply with the necessary requirements? Thank you very much. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ishmael. Honorable Flongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me also welcome the presentation by the SAT. Chair, I must also say that, Chairperson, we are not happy in the manner or the way the Minister is treating this portfolio committee. One, we were in a meeting with the Minister where we requested certain documents, and the Minister assured us that in fact, it was not documents she was presenting to us when we were questioning her on the dissolvement of the board. And we asked her for a presentation that she was presenting on. She said, no, I will submit this presentation later today. I think it's 2 months later. And still we don't have that presentation that the Minister was speaking from on that day. And in my observation, Chair, after that meeting, the Minister seemed to not be available for the portfolio committee. There was then, following that week, a question and answer session in Parliament. The Minister was not there. Today's apology of the Minister does not come through the Secretary of the Portfolio Committee. It is the DM who had to submit the apology of the Minister to this Portfolio Committee. It is really not fair, Chair, for us who do oversight on the Minister if the Minister is going to behave like this. Because what we are simply doing is we're doing the work of members of Parliament, nothing else, Chair. But then I'll pass, Chairperson. Chair, my colleagues have asked a number of the questions, but I'll just have a few clarities questions or seeking questions on, I think it's the last slide where I think it said the outlook, yeah, something of the outlook, the last slide of the presentation when it speaks of the 2025-2026 outlook of the entity, I think, where it says domestic tourism campaigns will promote geographic spread and encourage tourism in rural and underrepresented areas. These initiatives aim to diversify South Africa's tourism offering and stimulate local economies, providing affordable and inclusive travel opportunities. One, what specific domestic tourism campaigns are planned to promote tourism in rural and underrepresented areas? And how will this campaign differ from previous domestic tourism initiatives that did not achieve significant geographic spread? Is there a concrete implementation plan with clear timelines, target areas, and measurable outcomes? I'd also want to know what portion of the financial year 2025-2026 marketing budget has been allocated to rural and underrepresented areas. How will South Africa Tourism ensure that smaller and rural destinations receive equitable marketing support compared to established urban township hubs, urban tourism hubs, I mean? Are there partnerships with provincial tourism authorities, municipalities, or local businesses to co-fund and sustain these campaigns? And how will South African tourism ensure that the travel opportunities promoted are genuinely affordable for the domestic market, especially low to middle income earners? Chair, the reason I'm asking all these questions is based on us going to oversight in Gauteng, where you got to the township and there is no, I don't think they even know that there is an entity called South African Tourism. There is no, for instance, in Gauteng, we went to Sedibeng. One of the questions that came up from the stakeholders meeting was on G20. They said they don't even know what's happening on G20. I would have expected that maybe in Limpopo or in Mpumalanga, far from Gauteng. But if townships of Gauteng are still saying they don't even know what's happening with the G20, they just see it from far. They actually were asking us as members of parliament to clarify them on this. So that is why I'm asking all these questions related to this outcome as to how is the SAT going to actually make this work? Because looking at the existing programs such as village townships and dorpies of tourism initiatives, like it really is. I think one honorable member, Honorable Mashabela, when she spoke of things that only exist on paper, I want to believe this one only exists on paper, or else South African tourism would come back and prove me wrong to say this is what we are going to do. But as it stands, the South African tourism and the department are really failing when it comes to rural and township tourism's Chair. I just wanted to emphasize on that. The rest, my members have asked. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shlongo. Honorable Mashabela, followed by Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Mashabela.
Thank you, Chair. Before I can go straight to the question, Chair, unfortunately, the minister is not here, and we really don't know what's going on with this minister. Chairperson, is the Deputy Minister and the Director General still with us here, Chair? So that I can send message to the minister through them.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
thank
here.
I'm also here.
Chairperson, it is with shame that I announce to you that there are black-owned companies that are still waiting for their payment from SAT. Example is WWP. They've written letters to the minister, to anyone who care to listen. WWP is now about to retrench its workers because SAT is refusing to pay them for work they did. I don't know as to whether minister is aware, but I think that is aware. If the minister is not aware, we are making her to be aware today. So there are companies that are not paid for more than 60 days after submitting their invoices. SAT is supposed to stimulate economic development and job creation, but companies like WWP are about to close doors because SAT is owing the money. Living here, Chair, the SAT and the minister must commit to pay all outstanding invoices, which are 30 days old and above. We need that commitment, Chair, so that we can make oversight and follow-ups. So let me go straight to the question, Chair. I'm having only two questions or three here. With regard to tourism, domestic tourism and class inequality, Chair, domestic overnight trips increased, but holiday travel actually declined, indicating that rise in travel spend is likely driven by price inflation, not improved access. Does South African tourism consider domestic tourism is increasingly becoming a middle-class luxury rather than a broad-based developmental tool? And what regularity or subsidy model is being explored to break the monopoly of expensive lodges and tourism operators that lock out working-class families? Then on the issue of employment and transformation, Chair, the entity operates with a 22% vacancy rate and top management vacancies at 42.9%, yet spends heavily on thought leadership and PR campaigns. How does South African tourism justify leaving strategic leadership posts vacant for over 6 months while outsourcing high-level analytical and branding work to consultants? On the issue of tourism spend versus developmental impact, foreign arrivals share increased to 9.1 million, yet foreign direct spend declined by 2.5%. And African tourists form the bulk of arrivals but contribute the lowest per capita spend. Why is South African tourism continuing to celebrate headline arrival numbers while failing to strategically shift tourism value chains so that African tourists who form the core market are not trapped in low-spend, low-value tourism circuits controlled by big hotel and airline monopolies? The entity, Chair, boasts of 90+ airline connections and participation in 64 cities. Yet inbound spend is declining and poverty persists in rural tourism zones. What portion of the 92.8 billion foreign spend ends up in township, village, and small town, rather than large corporatized hospitality chains? And does South African tourism even disaggregate spend geographically to measure equity impact? The last one, Chair. Chair.
You may proceed, Mashabela.
South African tourism promotes air link expansion and road development. And airline ticket pricing remain exclusionary, especially for African travelers. Instead of celebrating new airline routes, what concrete steps is South African tourism taking to challenge Home Affairs and Treasury on visa reform and airfare regulation to prevent tourism becoming a gated economy only accessible to high-income travelers? Thank you very much, Chair. And then the message must reach the Minister, please, Deputy Minister and the Director General. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My concern, Chairperson, will be of that Honorable Ishmael had already raised on that one of why do departments really consistently request increased budgets year after year, yet they fail to spend the funds already allocated to them. We go yearly on parliaments debating, fighting for these budgets to be approved. But then when they had been given this money, they are failing to use them accordingly. This pattern is deeply troubling, and in many cases would understand the genuine need. But on the other hand, the actual expenditure often tells a different story, either underperformance, underspending, and in some cases, irregular or wasteful expenditure. Could understand if the department will be wanting for more money, and then we obviously see that, okay, they really do need this money because this is what they have done. And this is not just a financial management issue, it's a service delivery issue. Money that is not spent effectively is a missed opportunity to improve our people's life. Every rand that is left unspent, it's either a school not built, a tourism project not supported, or jobs not being created into our communities. So I think in oversight bodies, we must start demanding not just more funding, but better use of funding, and accountability must follow in each and every cent. And then to go back, Chairperson, to the issue of the minister. I think the minister must be held accountable for the unresolved matter of this dissolved SAT board and for the broader failures within the SAT in itself. But beyond that, we must also reflect inwardly. The failures of SAT are not theirs alone. They are also our failures as the politicians and public representatives. We are accountable to the people of South Africa, and we cannot afford to turn a blind eye when institutions under our oversight are underperforming. So that would be just my input, because I wouldn't say it's a question already, because Honorable Ishmael had already raised it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Moodley.
Thank you, Chair. Largely covered, 99.9%. Just that I will say something to my colleagues here. The minister is acting like a messiah. Something needs to be done. She fires people willy-nilly without taking us into confidence. So if we don't do anything about it now, tourism will never work properly without the portfolio committee. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moodley. I think those are all honorable members had an opportunity to deliberate on the SAT presentation done. Over to you, Mr. Erasmus, to you and your team, to interact with the questions posed by honorable members.
Thank you, Chair, very much, and thank you to honourable members for all the questions. I'm going to allow members of the executive in the room to address questions that are relevant to their area of responsibility. We're going to start with the Chief Strategy Officer. We'll then go to the Chief Quality Assurance Officer. The Acting Chief Marketing Officer, I think, has some things to add, and then we'll end with the Acting Chief Financial Officer, and anything that left unanswered I'll deal with. And then I think only right to ask the chairperson of the board following that if there's anything that he'd like to add. So I'm going to hand over to the Chief Strategy Officer. He'll talk largely to the reputation management component that was raised by, I think it was Honourable Ligaraba. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. I would also bundle that with the question that was raised by Honourable Linde on the corporate brand index. The question was around the specific measures that we are putting in place to address the issues that were cited in our report that we have presented. So since the report was published, we've actually, as an organization, started looking at a couple of projects that we're going to embark upon, some of which are already on the go. And the intention is to obviously address the issues that have been cited. Some of them were around support, and partly most of them around response turnaround time. So we look at them in relation to the key priorities of the organization. Obviously, some of them revolve around the key strategic events that we host as an organization, namely Meetings Africa and Africa Travels Indaba. So what we're going to do in this particular one, we have actually assembled a team internally, and we have also identified an advisory committee consisting of members of the private sector from various organizations. And these members will actually assist in ensuring that we drive successful events. Both events are driven successfully, and obviously both committees will consist of members specifically who are subject matter experts in hosting similar events or in driving such platforms. In addition to that, we're also looking at how we drive participation and also ensure successful hosting of some of the key events, such as the Live Golf, the Cricket World Cup, which is coming in 2027. Again, we will be working very close with the private sector. So the private-public sector participation will ensure that when we start driving these events, we make sure that all stakeholders are part and parcel of the implementation or the rollout of these events. Internally, we have a program called The Power of One, which we use as a vehicle to engage with provinces and other stakeholders all the way to local municipalities. And this is something we drive and we will drive going forward again on a quarterly basis, going to each and every province, making sure that we address all relevant issues pertaining to tourism. Some of the issues, obviously, will be accompanied by some of our stakeholders within the security cluster as well, because some of the issues, they sit outside of our scope, but it is always useful to have all the stakeholders in the conversation so that the issues are addressed accordingly. Some of the projects which are already underway, driven by the department, where we also provide available insight. The revitalization initiative currently underway in KZN will also play a significant role in that, and it is part of, in addition to providing relevant information, but it also reaffirms our position as an entity in ensuring that we provide necessary support to our stakeholders, and it is bearing fruit. We are seeing some good progress and some good headway being made in that space. So in a high level, that is what is being done in terms of addressing the issues that were cited in our corporate brand index. This is an ongoing initiative. It has a start date, but it does not have an end date. It's something we will be driving intentionally going forward and reporting on a quarterly basis. So this is essentially what is happening in that space. I think also there was a question around VTSDs or villages, small township and dorpies. So if you look in one of our presentations, so when the CEO was talking earlier, he mentioned, I think it was in slide, if I'm not mistaken, I think it may have been slide 10, where he spoke about the number of events or the number of meetings that were hosted in VTSD or villages, townships, small dorpies and townships, which have a significant contribution in those areas. And again, this is part and parcel of what we are driving in ensuring that we bring sustainable economic growth in villages and townships as well. And this is something that it's going to be ongoing. And I think in the upcoming portfolio committee meeting, this will also be presented in terms of the work that is being done now and the number of bids that have been submitted and also the size of the bids that will actually that are positioned for hosting in township and small dorpies, as well as the economic impact in those areas. So I will stop there and hand over to my colleague who will take us through the next set of questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and the Deputy Minister and Auditor-General. This is the Chief Quality Assurance Officer, Bronwyn Oret. I'm going to respond to the queries regarding the Tourism Grading Council. Thank you very much, members, for your questions and robust engagement. It has indeed been quite a good year for the Grading Council so far. Just to respond to the queries around Free February, it is the first time that we had tested a promotion of this nature. We started it in February, at the end of last fiscal. We ran it for 1 month, and based on the demand from the sector, we then extended it to March. The data provided by our CFO earlier was the preliminary data for February, but by the end of the promotion, we had managed to acquire new entries into grading that we had not had on our system before, to approximately 600 properties. It's a very exciting initiative for us for two reasons. Not only did it bring in new properties that had not been graded, that we had not engaged with before, it also afforded us the opportunity to engage NASREC, the exhibition centre that is home to G20 here in Johannesburg, which is now a 4-star graded exhibition centre. So as a pilot program, a very good test to see how this may work. Having said that, the concept of free grading is a policy matter which would have to be considered by the ministry. And I would just like to add that grading does have grading criteria which an establishment has to meet in order to be graded, which is why it is a voluntary program at this stage. And that is really where we're at on the Grading Council of South Africa. As it stands right now for this fiscal, we are in fact looking very good on our established targets and looking to achieve them. In terms of the air route development, the matter of price is really dependent on the supply and demand. It has been a challenge since COVID-19 globally to manage the cost of air tickets. There's continuous work in this space as we continue to execute on the tourism route development marketing plan. In conjunction with that, Home Affairs has made headway in their TTOS program, and they have also recently announced their electronic travel authorization program, which is imminently going live. So we are in a good position with those two programs rolling and working in tandem that we should be alleviating this over the next 3 fiscals. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon once again, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson, DG, honorable members and colleagues. I will cover Ramova. I will cover some few questions that were flagged by members. The start was from Honorable Member Likaraba, where from my end, it's relating to the actionable plan to rectify the governance issues. As part also of my presentation, I've also highlighted that we have developed the plan that will also present to the next PC in terms of turning around of the current audit status. And part of that, it includes the meeting or the debrief session that has been set for 20th of October, next week, Monday, with the Auditor-General to go through everything in detail, which has not happened in the past. And as part of that, also when AG were asked in terms of what can they do in terms of assisting the entity, they also referred to the issue of the interim audit, which is also going to be part of the planning during that debrief. And what we have also added as other measures that has not been in place before is to introduce a different way of utilizing the audit steering committee. And this was part of the discussion that finance had with the current ARCO chairperson in terms of addressing or turning around the audit outcome, where we look in terms of utilizing the audit steering committee, which includes AGSA as part of the team in terms of going through the whole process to the audit. And also when the department were presenting something that we are also adopting as part of turning around this, the DG also mentioned the issue of utilizing the internal audit in terms of their review and testing the effectiveness of the process. And we have already engaged with the internal audit, and the plans are in action in ensuring that there is in every step, internal audit is there to come in, review, check before, so that we are not having surprises at the end when the AG is in the house. There was also issues of the non-compliance, and I think this also touches on Honorable Ishmael on the issue of the codes and the DOA. And these matters were still under assessment, as the AG also highlighted, because they ran out of time. And they then refer them to National Treasury, and National Treasury is currently reviewing that. But it's also the issue of the understanding of the component of of utilizing the service, that as much as they talk to each other, they could not be acquired from same providers. And when they look at the events, they look at them as like split, whereas those are two different. Having an IT company versus a sales company, that they will not do the same. They have their own core mandate on the IT and the other on the sales, as much as the work talks to each other, but could not be procured and delivered by one person. There was also a question regarding the 4.1 material irregularities in terms of what's been happening. And I think it was also asked last, and we also referred this on the annual report, the current annual report, that the material irregularities of the 4.1, the former board was informed in July 2024. In August, they implement controls, which is part of the AG recommendations. And in September, the service provider was informed on the 5th of September in terms of the material irregularities that were identified. And in November, as part of the board instruction or resolution, the management then deducted the 4.1, which is part of the recovery, and the service provider was informed accordingly. And this was also reflected also on the annual report in terms of the recovery. And as part of that process, it's ongoing, which is managed by the board. There was also question on the issue of the payment of service provider, without mentioning name, that for all our key as been the issue with the National Treasury in terms of the instruction that all invoices that are valid and compliant must be paid within 30 days, and that is the case. And in terms of the validity of the invoice, it's key that we look to ensure that the invoice that is being presented is supported by the compliance document, including purchase orders and contracts. And over and above that, we then recheck after doing the validation to check on whether is there a support of the portfolio of evidence, that support that the service was rendered, because failure to tick this element during the payments will take us back to the issue of the material irregularities, wherein from the audit, they could not pick up the validation of service rendered, and this results to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, then the MI or material irregularities. So with all service providers, including the one in question, they are fully aware, and they've also been requested to provide even valid statement that highlights all the invoices that are compliant, and that they promised that they were going to share even today. So we are waiting for that in order to review and ensure that the information is in line with the compliant process before we effect the payment. And I think that will cover the questions that I was to.
Thank you to the team. Chair, I'm just going to glance over all the questions and try to cover any that were missed. I think Honourable Lekharaba, you mentioned the vacancies and filling of the roles. I think, again, just to give our commitment to the Portfolio Committee that these are getting the necessary attention they deserve, and we're expediting them wherever possible. I have noted your comment, Honourable Member, on the reports and the presentation. We will definitely engage internally as well as get some guidance from the department and also our parliamentary liaison team, just to make sure that the design is in a form that's most useful to the members. So thank you for those comments. Honourable Lindy, just to appreciate your message of support greatly, and also acknowledging the progress that is being made. I think in terms of the vacancy rate that you also mentioned, just again committing to reporting on progress, I'm hoping very much that in the not too distant future we'll be able to introduce the Portfolio Committee to the new members of the executive as opposed to just reporting on them. Honourable Lindy, you also mentioned the Tourism Business Council of South Africa and how we're working with them. I'm pleased to say that myself and the board chairperson have had engagements already with both the chairperson and the CEO of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. We are working together with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa and other associations on structuring our engagements better. We believe that will lead to better collaboration, but also improve our corporate reputation index. You mentioned, Honourable Linde, the root cause of both the vacancy but also the attrition. I think important to mention here is the human capital team are now reviewing our induction process to speak more to how do we onboard people that they are both familiar with their roles, with the relevant legislation, with the relevant policies, to make sure when they are let loose in their daily functions that they are doing so in a compliant way, but also with the confidence to really go about their daily duties. In addition to the induction process being relooked at, utilizing exit interviews to really understand the root cause of why we are losing talent from the organization is critical, and we continue to do those. Just to place on record, things like learning and development, revisiting our performance and reward processes and systems are being utilized to create this performance culture and hopefully a culture shift within the organization. Honourable Linde, you also mentioned consequent management, and just to confirm that there are a number of individuals, staff members that are currently undergoing some consequent management processes. There are both investigations that are happening. In some cases, charges have already been drafted and delivered, and in some cases, disciplinary processes are underway. And these are to address a variety of different shortcomings and non-performance across the organisation. I think, Honourable Ishmael, if I'm not mistaken, yours were covered with the exception of the Thompson levy. Again, just to reiterate my earlier comment that we are engaging with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. It's important that we are aligned in terms of what we're going to do going forward in order to facilitate the transfer of those funds to South African tourism. And I think the collective, the collaboration, but also the buy-in from the larger trade in terms of how we're going to take the work we do as South African tourism forward is critical in achieving that. And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, Honourable Hlongo, the last one was from yourself, and it was speaking specifically to domestic tourism. And I think just to reiterate the domestic tourism's commitment to the tourism space within the villages, the small towns, the dorpies, and also community tourism. The team here, led by Mashoto, are doing an enormous amount of work with the likes of Sato Vito, but also associations like the Taxi Association. For example, there's an event happening between Sundowns and Pirates on the 1st of November. We're trying to work with the Taxi Association to see how we can, together with them and other providers to the sector, to craft packages, affordable packages, to help move people to those kind of events. That doesn't only go for Gauteng, it also includes interprovincial travel. I know that there's another one happening in Bloemfontein in the not too distant future, and we're also working with relevant partners to see how we can get people traveling, and specifically overnighting, to try and improve those overnight numbers, but also give access to people who typically wouldn't have access because of the cost component to being able to travel. So just to reassure you that that's happening. We also continue to work through our own platforms, Meetings Africa, Africa's Travel Indaba, in giving access to market to these platforms to small and medium enterprises, to make sure that they are both getting the exposure they need, but the opportunity to build a business pipeline. And I think, Chair, if I'm not mistaken, we've covered the questions that were posed to us. I have had confirmation from the board chairperson that he does not require to add anything else. So I'm happy to hand back to you, Honourable Chair, to close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. So with that said, I would like to make some conclusions. I was going to afford Dr. Masito, just to do some responses, but as you said, he doesn't need to make some responses. Let me continue with the concluding remarks. We need to note the process that the minister has initiated in appointing the new board through the Gazette, noting the matter is sub judice. The current board must ensure that the process of filling all vacant positions is expedited. The disciplinary process for the suspended staff must be prioritized so that the affected staff either return to their positions if cleared, or dismissed if found guilty, to close all the acting positions at SA Tourism. The board must ensure that there is audit action plan for all identified issues, and this audit action plan is fully implemented. This will assist in improving audit outcomes. The board must provide a capacity building program for the staff in the finance management unit of the entity to assist with legal compliance and compilation of credible annual financial statements without material misstatements. The finance management unit must ensure that there are effective controls and that these must assist in proper record keeping, doing daily and monthly reconciliations, compiling cash flow statements, and eventually being able to compile annual financial statements without material misstatements. The entity must follow legal bidding process and properly constitute bid specification and bid adjudication committees. SA Tourism must ensure that the core mandate of marketing South Africa, domestically and abroad, is achieved. The failure to achieve a target of international brand campaign is regrettable with all the contempt that it deserves. The board must ensure that the money lost due to material irregularity on the 2021 dome structure that was not delivered for the Dubai Expo is recovered. The board required to provide the committee with regular updates on this matter. The board of SAT must ensure that the contributions of the private sector through the TOMSA levy is honoured per the service level agreement. The board should note that if the voluntary nature of the TOMSA levy fails, Parliament might explore introducing legal instruments through a tourism tax avenue. This will be an unfortunate situation. As such, the board should take the non-contribution of the TOMSA levy seriously. The board should ensure that there is an effective internal audit committee, and the organisation must take the recommendations of the internal audit committee seriously. On the matter of WWP, this matter will be dealt with in a portfolio committee meeting. Thank you, and that is my concluding remarks. So, honourable members, Honourable DM, I know Honourable DM is still on the platform. DG Vele and your team, Mr. Erasmus and your team from SAT. And let me just get the board's chairperson, the new board chairperson, Dr. Masito, the acting board chairperson, Dr. Masito. Just want to say thank you for attending today's meeting. And we have now come to the end of our meeting. Thank you for all the presentations done from the Auditor-General, the department, as well as SAT. Honourable members, our meeting is now closed. We've come to the end of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Have a good day.
Bye.